Hello, and welcome back to the Word on the Street 2020, our first ever celebration of storytelling, ideas, and imagination. You're watching our Books and Discovery stream. All day long, we're running 3 simultaneous live streams with content for book lovers of all ages. Our digital marketplace is up and running at the wordonthestreet.shop. And you can connect with us on Discord to chat about us with the festival attendees, the presenters, and the exhibitors. We're so excited to get started. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that the WOTS Toronto operates on land that is the territory of the Huron-Wendat and Petun First Nations, the Seneca, and the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation. This territory is the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Confederacy of the Anishinaabeg and Allied Nations to care for and share the resources around the Great Lakes in peace. Toronto is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples with long histories on this land. We are privileged to live, work, and create in this territory and strive to act with awareness and solidarity. We encourage you to educate yourself about the land that you occupy wherever you're tuning in from. You can find this out at www.native-land.ca. Our first segment is presented by Diaspora Dialogues as part of their TOK Symposium. Diaspora Dialogues supports writers to turn their craft into a career through mentorship, professional development, and opportunities to publish and present their work. Please welcome to the stream, Fiona Ray Clarke. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
So I'll introduce you and then you can take it away. So Fiona Ray Clarke is an award-winning Trinidadian Canadian writer and community-engaged artist. Her co-created screenplay, Intersecting, won the 2017 CineFam Short Film Challenge. Her writing has appeared in various publications online and in print, including the Puritan Town Crier, the Room Magazine blog, and the League of Canadian Poets chapbook, edited by Shalene Knight. These Lands. Her plays have been produced by the Rock Paper Sisters Festival and INSPA 2 Festival, and she is an alumni of the Diaspora Dialogues long-form mentorship program and the BAMP Center. She holds a creative writing certificate from Humber College and a Master of Laws from Osgoode Hall Law School. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Mother Tongue in conversation with Francesca Ekwuyasi and Canisia Lubrin. Thank you all for joining us today. So I'll start out by introducing our 2 special guests. First, we have Francesca Ekwuyasi, who is a writer, artist, and filmmaker born in Lagos, Nigeria. Her work explores themes of faith, family, queerness, consumption, loneliness, and belonging. Her writing has been published in Winter Tangerine Review, Brittle Paper, Transition Magazine, The Malahat Review, Visual Art News, Volume 1 Brooklyn, and Guts Magazine. Her story, Arun is Heaven, was longlisted for the 2019 Journey Prize, and Butter, Honey, Bread, Pig is her first novel, forthcoming by Arsenal Pulp Press, which debuts next month, and was recently longlisted for the Giller Prize. Welcome, Francesca.
Hi, thank you so much. I have to say something.
Yes.
I'm at work. I work at a bookstore. So that's why everything looks the way it does. And my book actually came out this month. I didn't realize. I thought it was coming out next month. It's out now. Very
amazing. Congratulations. That's a great correction to have. So everyone, please support it. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Congratulations. And next, I'd like to introduce Canisia Lubrin, who is a writer, editor, critic, and teacher whose international publications include translations into Spanish, Italian, French, and German. Canisia's writing has been recognized by the Toronto Book Award, the Journey Prize, Gerald Lampert, Pat Lowther, and Writers Trust Rising Star Prize, among others. Her book-length poem, The Discgraphxst, was recently published by McClellan and Stewart. Welcome, Canisia.
Thank you, Fiona. Lovely to see you. Hey, Francesca.
Hi, it's nice to see you. Canisia was so generous and blurbed my book. Your name is right here.
Yeah, I read it. Congratulations.
Thank you. Also, am I wrong, or are you on the Journey Prize for the second year in a row?
Yes, I was longlisted again.
Yeah, cool.
I give sparkle fingers. That's how I show love. So that's what that means. I'm very excited and happy, and congratulations to you both. You're both incredible, incredible writers. So welcome. It's great to have you here virtually. So how today's going to play out is that we'll just have each of the authors read an excerpt of their beautiful pieces, and it'll be followed by a discussion. So I'd like to invite Francesca to read first.
Okay. I think I'm just going to go ahead and read from the middle of the book. There's three main characters, Kambirinachi and her two twin daughters, Taye and Kehinde. So I'm reading about midway point from Taye's point of view. Taye, long before she would go back home to Lagos, before her beehive, before the meals she would make to appease, or more truthfully, avoid her sister, there was a Sunday morning in South London, drowned in the wet sanguinity of spring, when Taye woke up next to a girl she'd met late the previous night. The girl shared her MDMA with Taye before they danced together at a tiny queer club with walls covered in mirrors and multicolored neon lights in the basement of a fried chicken place. They danced wildly, sweating and grinding their bodies against each other. In the mirror across the room, peeking from between other flailing bodies, Kehinde appeared in a slow-motion, ethereal surfacing. Even later that night, only moments before the girl started to undress her, Taye scribbled a note to Kehinde on a receipt she found crumpled in her coat pocket. The following morning, from the throbbing haze of a come-down, Taye tumbled out of the unfamiliar bed and dressed quickly. If she rushed, she could make the 10 a.m. Mass at Our Lady of La Salette and St. Joseph Church, which was 2, maybe 3 blocks away. She'd never been there before, but had seen it on her inebriated saunter to the girl's flat. Taye thought she remembered the schedule posted in the glass-enclosed bulletin board beside the arched marble doorway, announcing 10 a.m. Sunday Mass, or had it said 10:30? Either way, Taye had to leave the stranger's home. The girl's name was Eden, or Aida, or Aisha, and she was snoring lightly under a bright yellow duvet with the musky scent of Nagchampa incense and sweat. Her hair was a short curly afro, dyed a yellow-tinged blonde with a tight undercut fade. Twin gold studs glittered in each nostril. She was from Cardiff and had moved to London the previous year to study painting at Slade. Shall I stop now?
That's incredible. Thank you so much, Francesca. It's beautiful. And next, I'd like to, I'm going to give sparkle fingers. Next, I'll invite Canisia to read an excerpt of Dyzgraphxst.
Thank you. Beautiful reading.
So beautiful.
Taye is an utterly engrossing character. So I'll read a short excerpt from the Dyzgraphxst for you. From Act 2, Ain't I Nickname for Home. Now, even with a percussed tongue, I can put the world back together with the twisted timbers of a ship. For some unknown century, okay, maybe give I some spices. Give I the whole shape of a metamorphosis to wear. Give I the Labrador Sea and the 900 feet between the black skein and the blow it dislodges. Give I the sharp and wary self. Give I your infant's breath, a cleanly locatable thing, a clearly thinkable thing. None of it, it's pitiable that I speaks the too many clever variables, the heart-worn, brain-shorn light that clings newly to those friends choosing to go alone, all of them grasping for the sun, now boarding the dark boat or the freeway. Jejun, all of these words lift a hand to canopy the non-world anyway. except to be wrong again in this unthinkable season, unbearable cause entreated to swales of violinists. The thinkable novels I speaks in a look to jolt him alive, to jolt us, me, there, finally, standing among the seated, I arrive. I wake remembering nothing but the locomotion of lips, maybe mine, maybe the page and some faulty language. Do not excuse me. I am not what I say. I have become the clearing wave. Open, I exist, yes, but where am I? As much as I can enter these terms of feeling, I know. Here I am fiction. I won't come back now from imagining into I. There are worst fates, I understand. Here I am the burnt drop of that telephone beep. Thank you.
Thank you. So beautiful. Yes. Like I just listen to both of you read forever and ever and ever. I feel so lucky and privileged to get to speak with you both today and hear and read and experience both of your beautiful works. So for folks who don't know out there what your pieces are about, could you both tell us a little bit, give us a little summary, give us a little...
Sure. Okay. So my book is a novel. It's fiction. It's about a woman named Kambirinachi, and it starts in her childhood. And it really focuses on her belief about herself. So she believes she's an Ogbanje, and Ogbanje is an Igbo word, which means like a spirit child who's born and dies and born and dies, and it's considered a sort of curse on like a woman or a family. And so Kambirinachi believes that is who she is, but she chooses to stay alive. And then she lives out a whole life and has 2 daughters. They're twins. And it's just about their lives, their relationships. It's about them going away from each other and coming back. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you. And Canisia?
Wonderful. So the Dyzgraphxst is a book-length poem structured as a 7-act play of a kind, except there's no recognizable traditional formalities of the play going on, except, you know, the direct address between the speakers and a figure called Jejun. And Jejun is a sort of deliberate misspelling and the portmanteau of je, jeune, I, the young, in French. And so is Dyzgraphxst, also a deliberate misspelling, and also it's a made-up the word. And of course, dysgraphia is, in its Greek etymology, means difficult writing. But I'm taking Christina Sharp, brilliant theorist and writer, etc., who wrote In the Wake on Blackness and Being. And she theorizes that there's a kind of dysgraphia produced in the repetitive and ceaseless proliferation of images of Black people in various forms of media that are tied to pathology, that are tied to criminality, that are tied to, you know, all these other terrible stereotypes. And so I created this figure, Jejun, in a sense, to kind of refract the self, first person, second person, third person eyes. You heard 2 of them in what I just read. And I kind of call it an investigation of selfhood against the backdrop of contemporary capitalist fascism, nationalism, climate disaster. And it's really just a way to mine further what it means to be a person, a self, and what the categories that we're forced to inhabit mean in terms of kinship and community. I think that's it. It's a mad book, so it, so you know.
Incredible. What I found striking in reading both of your books is that, Francesca, you also employ like a multiplicity of voices and a fracturing of self. Could you talk a little bit about that, especially in, you know, Kambirinachi's perspective with the kin?
Yes. So just the structure of the book is each chapter, so to speak, is from the point of view of one of the three main characters. And only one of them, Kehinde, speaks for herself. The other two, I like the omnipresent narrator, I think is the word, speaks for them. But for both Kambirinachi and Taye, the narrator isn't terribly reliable because, and that was intentional. I want to, same as my own perception or perspective of life, like we all have our own lens of things, and I don't think there's any true objective. And so I wanted to play with that, with the points of views. But later on, at a point in the book for Kambirinachi, that gets a bit more, the idea of owning your own story gets a bit more literal. And it's intentional because the idea of an Ogbanje, the folklore, it's a very rich folklore that you can read about, and it's a belief system. And so the idea is that there's not one, the individual experience that human beings have, where it's like I, me, that doesn't necessarily exist for the Obanjes in this story. Ogbanje, they're like a multiple person, but I mean, personhood is not even relevant. And so in coming into like, in choosing to stay alive, she's like claiming personhood, but is forever plagued, or they're just like, you're not you, you're us, we're all one. And so a lot of her story is finding balance between like being alive as her own person and, you know, listening or choosing not to listen to her kin. Yeah.
Amazing. And, you know, in hearing both of you speak, I wonder, you know, do you identify as a Black writer? And if so, what implications do you think these works have, you know, for Black folks, for Black representation?
Well, since you just spoke, Francesca, I'll let you have a breather. Yeah, so, you know, these sort of taxonomies and these categorizations are all very fraught. They kind of exist against what is perceived as something neutral, and that's typically the thing that never has to be taxonomized as special, you know, or somehow divergent. Yeah. And so I'm a writer, yes. I'm a Black woman, yes. And many other things, yes. But as if we're talking about race, then we know race is a social construct, you know, and that the signifiers shift all the time, you know, and there's no, as Francesca was saying, there's no objective. There's really no universal. I was tweeting about this yesterday, that this idea of the universal man as being European, Adamic, white, this and that, everything else then has to be specially named. And if you don't mark the bodies of the people you inhabit in your writing, somehow they're immediately thought of as white. And so the whole issue of that kind of taxonomizing, I think, is quite regressive and reductive in a sense, right? And it's responding to some very particular ideas, some ideologies that have long been challenged and debunked and you know, cast aside. And so I have no interest in playing the games that of representation that that we are told is a sort of height of inclusion and belonging, you know. And we know very well that what we want is a radically different world, a world in which these kinds of taxonomizings are not needed. It should not be a thing at all, right? And so if nobody walks around saying I'm a white writer, then, you know, I'm not walking around saying I'm a Black writer. You know, I just enter the room and I'm me, you know, and that's it. That's kind of all it is.
Excellent.
May I add something to that? Thank you so much for that, Canisia. Yeah, you said that much more eloquently than I could ever. But it's a funny question because I'm an immigrant to Canada, and so my Blackness is tied to my Nigerianness. I'm very much Nigerian. My family is there. My family is also in the States and in the UK. So identifying as a Black writer is odd because Nigeria is majority Black. I think we're the most populous Black nation in the world, I think. So that would be like odd. Nigerians would be like, well, yes, You are Yoruba. Oh, yes. So that question only seems relevant in Canada and specifically in the context of like whiteness, right? So in contrast to whiteness, yes, I am a Black writer. And in contrast to like heteronormativity, I'm queer and, you know, those things. But I don't know, I don't want them to be so relevant. Similar to what Canisia said.
Yeah, I'm hoping to move away from that and like your art is an expression of that next step, I guess.
Yeah, and without disregarding the fact that those categories have been necessary and at times are very necessary. But right now, if it's not necessary, I'm good. Like in this moment, like we're all Black here, so yeah, we're all just writers.
Love it. Thank you for those beautiful answers. And so this conversation has been named Mother Tongue. And so I expect I'm supposed to ask you both about your engagement with different languages within both of your pieces. So I wasn't actually familiar with the dialect that you employed, Francesca. I would love to hear more about that. And Canisia, and actually Francesca used multiple, but you know the one that stands out to me most is that dialect. And then Canisia, you utilized the Creole mouth through Zijun and other moments in your poem. So if you could both talk a little bit about that, about like why it was important to you as artists to state that claim, to reclaim that language, to place it forefront in your pieces.
I can go again.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Creole, of course. I mean, that's one of my mother tongues, you know, and so is English. You see, English. We have Englishes now. You know, it's not an English anymore. In the Caribbean, what has happened to English is that it has become something extremely dynamic, in which all of the offshoots of English have sort of risen out of what is called standard English. That I admit I don't know what standard English is. All the way back to the Anglo-Saxons, they did something different with English. You see, and so it's always been that sort of engagement with language that it's not static. It's always changing. And what has happened in the Caribbean is you have Englishes that sort of grow their own grammar, their own syntax, their own forms of meaning, etc., etc. I mean, I would have trouble understanding some things that people say in Jamaica, in some parts of Jamaica, even if they're in the English language, and it's capaciousness, and so there's a sense of creolity or creolization. In which basically what's happening is you have an amalgamation of things. You have things from different places and different sectors coming together and creating a third distinct thing. And Creole is that kind of language. It's a métissage, yeah. And so that is what I was born into. That is what I inherited. And again, I keep going back to language and how that is tied to power, and how language, of course, is also tied to freedom, and that sort of tension, between what is dominant in a language system, then determines how we are mechanized to move through the world, because we're doing all of that through our various languages, and the way we access certain kinds of knowledge, the way we actually know. To know is a kind of verb also, yeah. And so the way we know and how we know and why we know is very deeply tied to language, you see. And that is why it's so hard to unlearn things. The older we get, the more difficult it becomes to unlearn things, because language has this way of cementing things, And so in the Dyzgraphxst, I'm constantly flipping and renegotiating the terms of meaning, playing with syntax, stretching grammar, breaking the line into 2 or 3 or 4 different dialects, English, French, Creole, Spanish. There's some Latin in there as well, but that is the world to me. That's the sort of Western world. that tends to be buried under the dominance of what's called standard written English, And so I think all of these modes of expression for us as diasporic people become particularly important because that is part of who and how we are in the world.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Your answer made me think of, I don't know the name of the linguist, but there's this linguist who went to, I heard this on a podcast called Food Actually, but this linguist who went to New Zealand to live and learn from the Aboriginal people and to learn the language. And the people she's living with have an excellent sense of direction. And it's completely linked to the language because they don't say they're going left or right. They use cardinal points, I guess. And as she was learning it, her internal point of view literally changed from front, back, left, right to bird's eye view. And I love the idea that language really completely shapes the way you see the world. So that's what I was thinking of as you were speaking. But for my book, the non-English languages I use are Yoruba, Igbo, and then Pidgin English, which is like a type of Creole. And that's because the term Ogbanje is an Igbo term, and the family that Cambrian actually comes from is an Igbo family, but they live in Abeokuta, which is Yoruba land. And historically, like pre-colonization, Nigeria didn't exist as one nation, existed as, separate nations, like Yoruba Nation, Igbo, Hausa, Fulani, and many more that have been sort of disappeared because of history, because of colonization. And so it was important to name that. Like my father was Igbo, my mother is Yoruba, my grandmother is Igbo, but speaks all three of the dominant languages. And so it just made sense for the time period and for the characters. And Pidgin English is a way that, like, because I don't speak any of the languages fluently, when I'm home and I go to the market, I speak Pidgin because I want to be seen. I want them to know that I belong there. Like the people at the market, people who don't know me, people who are my family. And there's a way that, like, being at the diaspora has literally changed my accents and in some ways my mannerisms. And sometimes Nigerians look at me and they're like, "You're not Nigerian." But when I speak Pidgin, they're like, "Oh." And so it was important to include that because these characters, two of them, have been away for more than half their lives. And so coming back, that's their claim to, like, home in some ways. Yeah.
Incredible. Awesome. I love that mix, and I love that theory, Canisia, as well. So I'd like to speak more specifically to each of you about your pieces. So Francesca, anyone who reads your book will know that it contains some beautiful and delicious descriptions of food. Please tell me the inspiration for that. I just wanted all of it. I wanted to try all of it.
I just love to eat. I just love food so much. I love food TV. Since I was a kid, I would watch Jamie Oliver and just fantasize about being the chef. And, in a real, like, personal way, a lot of, like, when I try to make meaning of my time, like when I remember things or people or just seasons, it's like food and music and the feeling, like, I don't really remember specifics, but I remember a feeling. So I wanted to do my best to, like, transmute that. A lot of my days involve cooking or eating with my friends, with family, with people I don't know, on dates. It's just like food all the time. I'm so grateful because I know that's not true for a majority of the world. That's why there's a lot of food in it.
And I was also blown away by how food, like, forwards the relationships as well. Could you talk a little bit about that? Like,
yes. I mean, I don't know how other people live their lives, but when I like somebody, I want to cook for them. And so for Tai, that kept showing up if she liked somebody, or because that character is, like, just kind of a mess, like boundaryless, like in an unhealthy way, and a kind of a hedonist, just really trying to make connection. And so she ended up with a lot of people at different times and would often cook for them or with them. And and yeah, so like I also have friends who do that, right? Like one of my friends, Carmel, the way there's a specific recipe they make for people when they're trying to seduce them. There's so many people in my life who are like that. So it made sense. It made sense. Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. Yeah. The food alone is incredible. And using it as a device and ways of character expressing themselves. Like I really, really enjoyed that part among many things in your book.
Yeah. For real. I mean, Fiona, I just, again, the exactly what you're saying with how Francesca used food in the novel. I was quite blown away by that, because it really, it almost took the place of plot, when you see, because it wasn't just recipe, it wasn't just method, it's story, and what is built up around a character through food was quite remarkable, and as someone myself, I love food, and much like you, I find sharing food is one of the most intimate and honest things that we do as a species. Like you can't really lie with food. You might try to hide some things, like even somebody give you food and you don't like it, and you pretend that you do. It's not the same thing as emphatically the euphoric thing that happens to you when you're like eating something you truly enjoy. So I just wanted to big you up on that really
Thank
well.
you.
Yeah, it's really rare. It's a rare thing to see, I feel like, in books. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, really well done.
Very, very well done. And Canisia, one of my favorite parts of the Dyzgraphxst is the third act, Ain't I Esteem, where you alternate between dream and return. To me, the tone of the poem changes, and there were, the whole thing is striking, but there were some really, really striking lines. Could you tell us how that act came to be for you?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's one of the more wayward acts in the book. And funny thing is, some of the lines in there were some of the first things that I wrote for the entire book, because I had been asked to submit some work to a bunch of magazines back when Voodoo Hypothesis came out, and I had written what I thought were just contained single pieces, and so when I took about a 6-month break from Voodoo Hypothesis after having written that book, I felt like my brain just needed I needed to put my brain on a pillow for 6 months, and that's exactly what I did. And when I went back to writing the Dyzgraphxst, I just put together what I had written for these magazines, and I'm sitting in front of them, and I could see certain themes emerging. And so, the impetus, I think, for alternating between dream and return came after I had written the full draft. And I know tonally I needed the cadence, the register to shift in that, because now we're in a dreamscape, right? And I wanted to mimic that sort of going into dream and then waking up to the world again, and that movement and the sort of tidal thing that happens between not just the actual literal going to bed, dreaming, waking up, but also metaphorically how we desire and how we come back from desire and how we move through the world in a way that oftentimes our desire becomes weaponized for so many things that we don't want, right? And so I wanted that tension in there, but I also wanted the expanse, the sort of unknowing that sort of undergirds our dreams, and the fact that maybe that is where I'm the most optimistic, in the book, you see. And so, yeah, while I did write some of those, were some of the earliest lines that I wrote. For some of them, it just rapidly began to expand when I realized I was doing a kind of call and response, between the poems. And that's a very Caribbean thing. It's a very Latin American thing too, probably even West African and other places, where you have the drum and that rhythm of the drum doing the work, calling you in, throwing you back, and you have that movement, right? So it's both a kind of mnemonic, because the refrain, I have a problem with dream. Where is your problem with dream? I have a problem dream. That comes up again and again and again, and that shifting is happening. I'm asking now, in spite of my problem with dream, and it's almost as if you have that sort of mnemonic engagement with something that's past, but there's some futurity to it as well, So that's that's kind of how it came together.
Gorgeous. Thank you.
Your work is incredible.
Oh, yeah, wow. Both of you are really, really incredible writers. I want to talk a little bit about your journey as writers. What's been the biggest challenge for both of you that you faced to date as writers and to getting to the point where you are right now?
I don't know yet, because I just love stories so much that whenever I get an opportunity for other people to read it, it feels like a win, like a really vulnerable win. Like, God, I hope, like, you're seeing me naked. I hope you like what you see. I hope you're not repulsed. I hope you'll come back. And maybe I think that's the most challenging thing. Even though, like, I write fiction, it feels incredibly vulnerable, and people have opinions. What are you gonna do? I guess, yeah, the most challenging thing has been to continue and to continue honestly, because I think we can look at trends, and we're all smart. We can figure out the trends with the algorithms, but to still create from a place of honesty, instead of what's it called, people pleasing, I think. So that feels just it requires more courage than I like to exercise on an average day. So yeah.
Amazing. Canisia?
Fantastic. The hardest thing, yeah, that's a question I think that can be answered in multiple contexts. But in terms of my actual writing, for me, I'm the kind of writer I am, is always challenging herself. I get bored easily, and so I can't sit with the same thing for too long. I have to try and shift and do something else, and there's always another challenge that I'm finding. And so once I find a groove where a certain challenge can emerge for me, where I need to learn something new as a writer, I enter there. So I love that. You know what I mean? And so I suppose just in terms of what's hard, I don't know that, the challenge for me is not a bad thing, And so with the Disfigured, something extremely challenging was actually writing in that eye, the register of the eye. That's something I avoided my whole entire career, time as an undergraduate student in grad school. When I got to grad school and I'm sitting in Dion Brand's poetry seminar, after a while she said to me, "Canisia, where is my eye poem? I have not seen an eye poem from you this whole time." And so, I'm thinking, what even is an eye poem? I don't know what is that. So, I had such a crippling distrust of the lyric eye, and we can talk about that forever. We don't really have time. But that was a way for me to enter a particular vulnerability and to exist in that vulnerability in the lyric mode in poetry was in a sense frightening, but it's something that required an enormous amount of courage that I didn't have going in. And so by the time I got to the end, things started to amass, you know? So I'm always just concerned about the work. I ain't really paying attention to much of the other stuff. You know what I mean? Even though it would seem that way, I'm just out there being spontaneous about it.
Excellent. Yeah, I love that. Both of you discussing vulnerability for, you know, such from like people's perspective, like myself, like, you know, powerful writers, you know, I really, really appreciate that. It's very beautiful to hear. What's one piece of advice you'd give to emerging writers? Both of you.
Oh, just write. Well, read. I always start with like just write, but also like read. Reading is good and fun. It's how you get for me, it's how I get tools and ingredients. So read everything, and then write, and then edit. Read, write, edit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, that's solid advice, Francesca. Read, 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 read. You know, I think there's a kind of temptation that comes from maybe a place of ego, but also a place of inexperience. You know, it might be both. You know, that you come into writing both really because you're animated in a passion for it, you know, and so that gives you a certain kind of confidence that might distort, you know, all of the work that it actually takes to do it well, you know. And passion is great, you know, and it's not elitist to say, well, yeah, you got to read lots and you got to put in the work and you have to, you know, and you have to write and write and rewrite and unwrite and unlearn and do all the things. That's not elitist, you know, that's just the work, you see. Imagine saying to an architect, just show up one day and draw this building and we're going to just go ahead and start, you know. We don't do that with any other thing, but we seem to think poetry is just a place that anybody just comes and shows up and claims you to be a writer or poet or whatever, you know. It's you know, but we have that really foundational relationship with language, and so we feel confident and expansive in it. And so yes, with Francesca saying, definitely put in the work, read, write, do your thing, but also be bold. You know, write the thing. You have no other choice. So to write the thing that you must write, you know, and take chances, take the risks, do it.
Thank you so much. I would love to thank you both from, you know, the bottom of my
I
heart.
think there's a question.
Yeah, there's a question. Do you hold on to old copies of the work, previous versions of your work from Denise DaCosta?
I do.
Go ahead.
I definitely do. Yeah, and then I try and use them because I tend to be long-winded and like do a lot and then carve what is useful out, and the pieces, the things that are dropped can be turned into something else maybe. So I do. All my rejected short stories, I still have them. I'm still working on them. The parts that didn't make it into this book, maybe they'll make it into something else. Maybe not, but I keep them. Yeah.
Yes. You know, I have a folder which is labeled deleted. That's where all the deleted stuff goes. And some things I just try. And some things I just put in the trash because, you know, that's kind of just where they go. You see, that's part of the work too. We gotta stop lying to ourselves. And like they say, kill our darlings. You know, sometimes the thing is just beautiful. That is gorgeous beyond, but it's still trash. You know, so we put it in the garbage and say, adio. You know what? What's happening is the more you do the thing, the more you do the work, the greater the chance that you're gonna find something maybe even just as beautiful, because the mind is weird. It's a bizarre thing. It'll hold on to things, you know? And so yes, both. I do have that that folder that says deleted where I just put everything as an archive. Sometimes I go back there and I recover things, and I was like, oh, that's pretty good. I don't know what was going through my mind, and I put that in there, etc. And also I use the garbage bin liberally.
Well, I think that's all the time we have for today, unfortunately. So thank you both once again. Everyone, you can shop today's book list, both Canisia and Francesca's books, with Another Story bookstore. They're live in our Word on the Street Toronto digital marketplace, which can be accessed by the Word on the Street Toronto website or at the link drop down in the YouTube live comment scroll. Thank you so much again for joining us, both of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for everything today, this conversation. The YouTube rule was full of a lot of positive comments that you can go back and check out later. There were a couple questions that came in, but a lot of people were just commenting. They were really excited about what you were talking about. So thank you for this discussion today.
Thank you. Everyone have a lovely Sunday. Canisia, is such an honor to meet you. I know it's not in real life, but it's the closest. Yeah.
That's the closest we're gonna get for now. Hopefully someday in real life would be great.
Yes, I hope so. Take care, everyone.
All right.
Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you.
So again, you can find Butter Honey Pig, Bread Pig, and the Dyzgraphxst through Another Story Bookshop in the WOTS digital marketplace at the Word on the Street .shop or at anotherstory.ca. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes with a special presentation by Kingston's Skeletal Park Arts Festival for a poem video. And after that, we will be having a poetry panel with Sachiko Murakami, AF Moritz, and Randy Lundy in conversation with Kirby. See you soon.
Renga of a distant spring. Stay home, cloud. The sky is closed, and there is no wind. But you're not alone.
Through the window a sparrow, her song is large as summer.
Purple crocus, April snow. The confusion of what will stay or pass.
Frogs resurge in icy ponds, peep their song, it all comes back.
Return to sender. Now its postage is a raindrop, tracing a twig.
Midges quiver sunspots at dusk, filling a cool spring air.
Clouds of midges, joyous crowds, small bodies swim through our shared sea of air.
New morning at the corner of division and union.
Hi, everyone. That was Renga of a Distant Spring. Made in August. 6 months ago, the City of Kingston declared a state of emergency in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Not long after the city's declaration, 7 local poets collaboratively wrote Renga of a Distant Spring, and Kingston filmmaker Ali Dixon shot and animated the video to accompany the Renga, co-presented in commemoration by the Skeleton Park Arts Festival. Sorry about the technical difficulties with getting that video going. We will share the video either again through our YouTube as a single video or else through our social media accounts. Next up, if you're wondering, I'm David Alexander. I'm the festival director for The Word on the Street. And our next panel is Poets on the Tangibility of Living, presented in partnership with the Kingston Writers Fest, who are also hosting a virtual festival this weekend. You can learn more about that at kingstonwritersfest.ca. Our moderator for this morning is Kirby. Kirby is the author of What Do You Want to Be Called? From Anstruther Press, This Is Where I Get Off from Permanent Sleep Press, She's Having a Doris Day from Knife Fork Book, and forthcoming Poetry is Queer from Palimpsest Press. Welcome, Kirby.
Welcome, David. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, everybody. It's a beautiful Sunday morning in Toronto. The skies are glorious. The breeze is just unbelievable. I have the window open to my balcony. It makes me wish that we were down at the waterfront today. I'm hoping that that a year from now, the world will allow us to do so.
I hope so too.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
This morning we have an extraordinary opportunity to hear three poets that I hold very, very dear. And I want to thank you for joining us, and thanks to the poets for being here as well. All three have new collections that have just come out, and it's perfect timing for all three of these collections. I've been blessed in being and returning to them now and again, often in these last 6 months of spending some delightful time alone. So I want to thank you, poets, for your new collections and your new work, and I'm looking forward to hearing you. I also want you to know, darlings, they said 3 minutes. I'm a poet, and I know reading for 3 minutes is like, what? Do I read a line? So please read what you would like. Read for the length of time that requires. All of us here have come because you're here, and we want to hear you. So feel no pressure about the time business. We'll get to whatever conversation that we'll have following, okay? So a little more license and rope around that. I'm going to introduce you, all three of you, and then we'll go in the order in which you're introduced here, okay? Does that work for everybody? Thank you. Sachiko Murakami is the author of 3 poetry collections, including the Invisibility exhibit, shortlisted for the Governor General's Literary Award. As a literary worker, she's edited poetry, worked for trade organizations, hosted reading series, organized conferences, sat on juries, and judged prizes. Darling, I sit with you well there. And I want to continue. I thought I would do the 3 introductions so that's out of the way, and then we'll just get on with it, yes? A.F. Moritz, Al Moritz. Lovely to have you here. I love that hat. Currently serves as the 6th Poet Laureate of the City of Toronto. His many honors include a Guggenheim Fellowship, an award in literature from the American Academy of Arts and Letters, the Griffin Poetry Prize, the Bess Hogan Prize, and an Ingram Merrill Fellowship. His new collection is, as far as you know, Chico's Render, put out by Arsenal Poe. And for the first time, I have the pleasure of hearing and meeting Randy Lundy. The Blackbird song was my entry point for you, and I love your new book so well. Randy is a member of the Bering Lands Cree First Nation. Born in northern Manitoba, he has lived most of his life in Saskatchewan. He has published 3 previous books, Under the Night Sun, Gift of the Hawk, and Blackbird Song. An award-winning poet, his work has been widely and wildly anthologized. Welcome, poets. Wow, it's Sunday morning, as my mother would say. Sunday morning, let's get up. We're going to start with
Get on up.
Get on
Okay.
up. Get on up.
How's my sound? You can hear me okay?
Your sound is excellent.
Okay, great.
Thank
you so much, Kirby, for hosting, and hello to everybody, my panelists and everybody at home. I'm going to read to you a few poems from my new collection, Render, which will be launching October 13th with Kirby at Night Fort Book, along with Jessica Moore, who has a new collection called The Whole Singing Ocean. Render is a book of poetry about me and my experiences, mostly with trauma, addiction, and recovery. I'm going to read to you just a few poems. I think 4 poems. Is that okay, Kirby?
Let's go.
Okay, you pull out the big digital cane when it's time for me to stop reading. Okay. So I'm going to read the first poem. I'm going to read is called An Internment, and it's from the first section of the book that has to do with kind of origin stories. So it's called An Internment. An emptiness placed here by the state. Soft teeth crumble into box dust carted to Ontario, of all places. I'm going to turn this car around, I swear. Filial hunger, filial debt, filial panic disorder. In the rented house, we searched for secrets as though an object could contain truth. Instead, he arrives disguised in dreams, in some other condo, some other wife. I'm leaving. I'm sick of your shit. I'm sick of your shit credit score. Cemeteries with their enduring monuments, their old money teeth. Or 2 child-sized suitcases packed full of hunger, shoved in the closet farther back than therapy can reach. There where the question hits lockbox. Then there's this old pick. Floss is a floss, excessive floss, enough to hang yourself with. Scrape until something bleeds. Scrape until something bleeds cash. Scratch cards, a whispering accordion, unsung lotto jingle. You think you have a home until the landlord rings. The fallow field behind the junk cars beyond the house burning. Even that insurance policy covers someone else. Or an infant feels a draft and settles back into hunger, coiling herself into the genetic sequence, until a man shudders out his loss into a mother. She unravels to make room for him. She unravels to make room for his anger. The more empty spaces inside her, the more soft places for his hurt to land. She opens again in a gesture of more. You're nothing. You're on your own. I can't do this with you, without you. Get out of here. Come here. I need to tell you the thing he forgot to tell me about. A gap like this old broken tooth, like the gnaw of ancestral hunger or some explained dry plate you spend your dreams trying to ignore. The same emptiness, the same state as before. This one is from the next section in the book, which is mostly about the darkness. And this is a poem that is about kind of like an overview of the worst year of my life. 4th, but trying to make something pretty out of darkness. Froth of summer, the gorgeous unhinging. Men rupture, sweet hangover dusk. Invention slip knots you, mother of midnights. Stars bite into your lip and you wish knives. Cuts of indecision, beaded promise. Hustle past present, a chintzy excuse, or hurtle toward bland reality's dopamine curl. Then your leavings gather in eddies around you. Those continual last chances. You brown into bits, reorganized by the dream. Tawny air escapes the immaterial. Molecules march from you. You lapse from child to pitiful fantasy in a matter of minutes. Somewhere in a snowstorm, flakes melt the subjunctive mood. The begin again begins again, carries you with it. Penultimate poem is called Field Research. This is about an experience I had with my mother who passed away this January, unfortunately, from a fentanyl overdose. Field Research. I talk about my dreams like there is some factual evidence that will survive the trauma of waking and realizing the truth of my life. It's plotting linearity, the plumb line that follows a bullet's path to the next day and the day after that. I'm told I should stay present. I'm told there is safety in the outbreath, that there is a space between thought and thinker I would only see if I held still long enough to measure the distance. Between here and Vancouver, most of a continent. Between a mother and daughter, a sinew stretching city blocks. Pluck it, and it twangs at the same frequency as the knotted trapezius, the first note of a dirge you've been humming since early childhood. Check her breathing. Prepare a plausible story for why you're here, a lie you will tell to tomorrow. When the doctors arrive, they will wave the usual instruments over our lives, listening for signals of the past. When does chronic bronchitis become a child you can name, a treatable condition? My out-breath, her in-breath, a chain that follows generations backwards to the first woman leaning over, heaving out sorrow into a man's empty bed. I lie down with my mother on a single mattress. Lions reach into me, following the lines I laid out for them on her dresser. We sleep for days, a litany of Tuesday mornings marching past window, facing courtyard, a place where exhaled sleep gathers. I dream I read her diary and uncover all the secrets that will answer all the questions. I stand poised and ready to ask. Okay, last one, last poem in the book. Is that okay? Okay, okay. Last one, short one. I tried to write, because it's a heavy book. There's a lot of heavy stuff in the book, so I tried to write an inspirational poem that I called #Still Here. And clearly, inspirational poetry is not my jam, but it's the best I can do. So thank you so much for your attention. #Still Here. I am sad and I am walking. I am breathing and I am engulfed in flame. I am peripheral to your life, and I am the center of pain's harsh enterprise. I can't get out of bed, and I am resting. I am a flash in the river, and I am the spoiled salmon dinner. I am self-obsessed, and I am a knot of winter afternoon light. #am writing. #am not writing. I am terror's own knot, and I am barely a person. I am my own perfect disaster, and I am in on the joke. I am completely out of fashion, and I am still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sachi. Al.
Hi, Kirby. Hi, Randy. Hi, Sachiko. It's wonderful to be here. What I'll do is just read 2 poems and then consult you on whether I should go ahead and do another one, or maybe stick another one in sometime later. One of them will be a little bit extensive, but not too long. So the first one is called Baltimore, May 2015. Baltimore Oriole singing from the tip of a vast spreading silver maple, and then he goes quiet and flies swift as arrow deep into neighbor trees, his golden blue hardly visible up in the dazzling dull sky. Last week they were burning Baltimore, the never solaced wound of the African, never let heal, chains and bullets, the angry contentment of the others schooling themselves hard in the delusion then is then and now is now. The rose-colored crab apples are almost done with snowing. They are clouds mostly green, though over there a hungry sparrow can knock a flurry of pink still out of one. But the white crab tree still is fresh, dropping nothing, dense and opening inward, indescribable thought-like ways of passage among petals for the air that freshens. Behind it, the closed, quiet house front, a face of supreme beauty pondering with a look all outward that doesn't know or care how it looks. Under the hedge, the gold forsythia flowers on the sidewalk are skirts with empty central hollows awaiting minuscule waists, a new human, girls an inch tall, incorruptible, and somewhere already dancing and laughing naked, tasting each other's lips, breasts, thighs, and the closed spaces where frills and openings hide, the way the wrinkled bark, the groins of limbs, the passages to the interior of the tree, all hide in the white petals, the way that the coming race of humans, all female still in early embryo, unthreatened couples now, beyond sight, in a long-lost scripture not yet written, in the orgy of imagination. This one is a kind of descriptive poem. This is the longer one I talked to you about, called Sudden Little Parade Downtown. The first tall flower-encrusted wagon appears in the fast food restaurant window, and the eaters lower their burgers. Look, the street is filled with honey gold people suddenly, and the motors are gone, the panel trucks, SUVs, high-end sports cars with their subtle low riffs of burps. Now the sound is chanting, tinkling, bells and rattles. South Indians feel young, and some whites go along the fringe, the curves, with camera goiters at their necks. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, floats in the air softly as voice and drumbeat, and ripples embroidered in brilliant Roman letters on a breeze-lifted banner hung on the back of the float. Behind it, a long interval of strolling, chatting celebrants. Call them worshippers, devotees, believers. And then here comes a second wagon, another long stretch of people, then a third, each a whole story tall and all in flowers, a curved canopy atop, and girls in robes peeking out of its mouth, and in front of them a chubby sage in Buddha lotus pose, enveloped in saffron and fanned by a big man with an enormous placid feather. The sages wave impassively to the watchers. O Hinduism, mosaic of gods and stories, intricated bits of colors, stars, baffling, pleasing, many as the flowers cladding the wagons. Your world is the tesserae in the basin of a great fountain with its scenes of creation, war, destruction, triumph in the palace courtyard. All things a patchwork of celebration, sketchy, heedless joy of the dark and light God. The patches having been cut from the people's misery and doings, of beadwork, innumerable beads, like a wampum of treaty, with the power that reigns over poverty, treaty that every day saves and gives us back the body which reigns over pleasure. Ni Yahweh honi Yahweh hane, ni Yahweh honi Yahweh hane, singing the dream song of the Maker who dwells in the sky, singing every day the miraculous escape, the rescue. Kamate, kamate, ka ora, ka ora. Kamate, kamate, ka ora, ka ora. Tene te tengata pukuru huru. Nana ne itiki mai wa wiki pitera. Ahupane, ka upane, ahupane, ka upane, wiki pera. A step upward from the trap, the pit. Another step upward, the sun shines. Hinduism, will you live? The street you come along says no. You won't find any elephants there, but the small ones painted in blue on the white rims of the 10-foot-high, gently ongoing wheels of your 3 wagons. How will you speak with only memory, no elephants to be your words? The street fills back up with shoppers. Now you are gone, and the cars return as the parade moves out of earshot south toward Lake Ontario. So those are my 2 poems.
Thank you, Al. Randy, welcome. Thank you, Al.
Can you hear me, folks?
Yeah, well, we can, Randy, yeah.
Is the sound half decent at least?
You sound clear and a good volume.
Awesome, thanks so much. Well, it's real treat to be here. I can see these three lovely faces here, but I can't see the rest of the audience, but I know you're out there, so it's a real pleasure to be here, and I really appreciated Kirby's enthusiastic introduction. Glad it's a lovely day out there in Toronto. I'm in Regina still. Well, you were going on about Sunday morning. I thought you were going to break into a Chris Christopherson song there for a second, which, you know, I would have really appreciated. You know?
I just shaved the beard off, otherwise I would have.
Lots of people think that's a Johnny Cash song, but
yeah, but
I think Christopherson wrote
by Cash. Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. So thanks for having me, and like I said, it's a real treat to be here with our lovely host and these two esteemed poets. I'm going to read a little bit from Field Notes for the Self, which was published in this spring of 2020 by the University of Regina Press. So as with Mr. Moritz, I'm just going to read a couple of poems and then see where we're at. I don't know, maybe we'll have a round two or something. So the first poem I'm going to read is, it's called Heraclitus or Heraclitos. Spell it as you wish, I don't give a damn. And the title sort of plays on two spellings of the name of that ancient Greek philosopher. So Heraclitus or Heraclitos, spell it as you wish, I don't give a damn. A pot of coffee and 6 cigarettes into the day, and you're finally ready to see the world. 7:30 a.m., early October. It's Tuesday or Thursday or some other day. At your age, memory is failing in new ways and for new reasons all the time. Soon you have to be at work, but aren't ready just yet. You are thinking about the book you were reading last night. Up too late again. The 3 dogs scattered, sleeping on the floor, one or another of them occasionally lifting a head, blinking at you with a quizzical gaze. All the lights out except for the candle and your reading lamp on the dining room table. The book says that people can't look at the world, can't really see what's there, much less begin to speak, to say anything that corresponds to reality. Epistemological and ontological problems is the way you put it to yourself. Leftover vocabulary from too many nights, year after year, of sitting alone and reading. One habit you haven't been able to set aside, the way you set aside the bottle with its own kind of flame. The whiskey burn in your throat like a summer-long boreal drought fire in a stiff westerly wind. The book says people can neither look nor see, but a pot of coffee and a half-dozen cigarettes into this day of the week you cannot name, you see a female Richardson's Merlin perched atop the power pole at the back of the yard. Her blue-gray hooded mate lights atop the 50-foot spruce and calls. You think of Cohen's bird on a wire and wonder what it was he saw, blackbird or starling. You think it must have been a blackbird, that he was thinking of the Beatles and that poet Stevens. You'd like to tell all the poets that the blackbird saw Stevens more than 13 ways, even before he sat down with pen and paper to make himself famous again. Cohen's gone now, so you'll never know. But the species of bird wasn't the point, you suppose. No, he was more interested in the ineffable. And although you hesitate to call it a soul, you think it must have been something like that. Still, you'd like to know what kind of bird it was, instead of it being merely a metaphor for a thing he could neither touch nor see, like a woman's body that is neither more nor less than a shadow of memory. When the Greek from Ephesus says people cannot see, you know what he means. But the way you cannot see is different from the way the neighbors do not see, too busy rushing off on their Wordsworthian getting and spending, to take much notice of any winged thing that's not easily identifiable, as an angel from the Bible, that is, a Michael or a Gabriel. And you want to tell the guy who wrote the introduction to the fragments, with his talk about archetypal modes of thought and a strikingly postmodern deconstructive mind, that really he's missed the point of why there's anything rather than nothing at all, the rare and random descent into visibility. You want to tell him, your neighbors, and anyone who will listen about accompanying a pair of parentless 9-year-old boys to a sweat lodge ceremony in the middle of the city, in the heart of the hood the other day. How they sat with you, one on either side, through 4 rounds of darkness and then light. And how later you sat with them on the garbage-littered creek bank and talked with a refugee from Laos who was fishing for carp. Each passerby out for an afternoon jog glanced momentarily, apparently mystified, at 2 brown men and 2 brown boys in the tall, brittle grass by the barely moving mud-brown water, a detail none of them recounted to their family later that night. All the light we can see is between 400 and 700 nanometers on the spectrum. Still, those 2 birds are worth looking at. In an hour's time, you'll be sitting with those boys again as they pack their bags for school. When you tell them about the Merlins, maybe the only story you'll ever tell them worth their remembering, something in their eyes will flare like the match struck to light the smudge, will spark like the dried medicines the old man tossed onto the glowing stones in the lodge. Sitting together for a few minutes on the front step of a house, the 3 of you still carry the scent of that smoke in your hair. This afternoon's rain will wash it away. Maybe I should have mentioned that that poem and the next one I'm going to read sort of come from I recently started a new job, and prior to that I was working with the YWCA Regina in children's housing, so working with a lot of primarily Indigenous kids who'd been taken into care by the Ministry of Social Services. So that's where some of these poems have come from. And the next one I'm going to read is called Raven at Field Edge. And I'll just read it to you. Heavy feathered black raven in the left from fall harvest stubble, standing up through the barely 3 inches of snow at the field edge, just off the grid road at the north edge of the city. Beautiful day, just -7 degrees, no wind, and the disk in the sky like a hammered gold Aztec sunstone. A great Mexican poet might write a whole book about that sun. The raven picks at a discarded McDonald's bag, a limp French fry hanging from its thick, glinting beak. At least something that might be called good, a meal, comes of the fear, anger, and greed that drives the kind of creatures we are. Those who throw garbage from the window of a speeding silver SUV. The kind of hunger that drives you and me, too. Can we be done with pretending? 50 years old now, 2/3 of the way through your life, if you are lucky. 50 years old, and your Nehiao mother can't believe what's become of her smiling 12 pounds at birth baby boy. What's happened to his self-confidence? What you know is that everything you thought you knew up until today amounts to nothing. You know nothing, too well. You have found it at the center of everything. Your own mind, emptiness, an absence of anything called spirit or soul. You will get through another day without a story to tell. At work, a young girl whose father died a week ago from a methamphetamine overdose. You sat with her as she sat with an elder who smudged the girl with sage and spoke in low tones of her own life because the girl wouldn't speak. You and the old woman from a reserve in the valley coaxed, but the girl said whatever sadness she had felt was gone, had left her. And you imagined that departure, like a bird fledging feathers before its first flight. But what you imagined is not the point. Sitting on the back deck tonight, a full moon visible through the end of February bare branches of the cherry tree. The poem might be better with cherry blossoms, you think, but this is not that kind of poem. That poem would have to be set in another season, another time, landscape, and climate. And a white owl just dropped from the cottonwood in the neighbor's backyard. The 3 dogs bark. You know when it disappears, it has flown into an adjacent world, but it is not a symbol. The owl is a real bird. That's what you want to tell the girl. And I think I'll stop there for now and say thank you.
So much. So Tangibles, I'm a fan. It's an all. I will say, Sasha, you were addressing the dark, and all 3 collections go there. And I would gladly sit in the dark with any one of you. So, but the undertow can be tricky. I remember one of the first outings I had during the pandemic in a dear friend's backyard, a poet's backyard. And for the first time, I kicked off my shoes and felt my feet on the grass, in the coolness of the grass. And for the first time, I came to peace and my connectedness to this earth that continues to support us as it wanes. So my curiosity, it's about being honest, Jess. In each collection, I'm hearing it's about being honest, including honesty about the lies we tell ourselves. My curiosity is how you bring about that honesty with regard to your writing, and also what keeps you out of the undertow. Who would like to start?
I guess I could say something because a lot of my poems are like in the darkness, but I don't write them from within the darkness. I write them from, it needs to be light out, when I'm writing. And the act of writing itself is so, I find it really technical and, engaging with, my logic mind in composition. I find that is a balance for any kind of emotional content that comes through to kind of, to balance it and to make it more than just an emotional bleh, right? To have that kind of technical compositional activity happening at the same time, I find very balancing. But yeah, I'm all of the darkness is in reflection, it's in the past for me, because I can't write from within any darkness.
Of course. And so, and from that place, you can bring forth an honesty. When does it ring honest for you? Because that's what, to me, is the power of each of your collections, is this rings true. It bears honesty. It's not the easiest to read. And I'm wondering, in terms of your own writing process, how that, do you feel that vulnerability? Do you welcome that openness? Can you say more?
I think, strangely, when you're working as hard as you can, like Sachiko says, with your conscious mind to create something, it kind of releases the unconsciousness at the same time. It's almost like when you're doing something like writing poetry, you're working on mathematics or architecture and dreaming simultaneously. And they're almost going together without you knowing. I often think conversation is a poem. You, Kirby, were doing the same thing, I think, when you tried to get us to talk first. you started out with, it's very hard to deal with the down and out or the sorrow. By the time you got to the end, you were talking about putting your feet in the grass. Now, what's the connection between the two things? There's a profound connection, but the way you wandered from one subject to the completely, seemingly unrelated subject is a poem, I think those two things are profoundly related. I won't say what I think the relation is, but, I think that's the kind of thing. But for the unquiet heart and mind, a use in measured language lies, the sad mechanic exercise, like dull narcotics, easing pain. That's Tennessee.
Thank you. I'm also struck by the connection to your surroundings that each of you write about very distinctly and clearly. Birds are huge in both Al and Randy's work in this new collection. There's something about looking out that creates something different than the inward spiral that often happens in the darkness. How much is that connection vital to your continuing as a poet?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on something Sachiko said a moment ago, is that there is really something about the process of writing. I'm not going to articulate it as well as she did, but there's something about the process of writing, the practice of writing, and using the tools that you've picked up along the way that really does. I don't know if it liberates me from the darkness, but it gives me somewhere to stand in the midst of it, I think. So for me, at least, I don't think that darkness ever goes away or disappears, or I don't think I'm ever standing fully in the light. But what it does is gives you a candle, which that's a terrible metaphor there. But it does give you somewhere to sort of stand and survey the darkness, for me at least. When I have to talk with students about writing poetry, that's something I try and remind them is that it's not just about self-expression, right? A lot of them come to the table thinking, oh, this is about self-expression, and I try to remind them, well, that's part of it. It's also about exploration. So I was practicing addict for many years, and I got really good at lying to myself, first and foremost. And, then I would lie to other people, but I got really good at lying to myself. And this is one of the things that writing has done for me is it's a place where I go where I'm not allowed to lie to myself, or if I do, then it's written down in front of me, and I can look at it and go, I can look at it and go, you're lying to yourself there, buddy. So I think there's just something about the practice and using the tools that susses out the lies, right? That makes them visible and helps me at least realize, oh, wait a minute, that's part of the darkness. And in that business of looking outward, you mentioned birds, of course, and again, I think for me, the looking outward, sure, again, provides you with a kind of platform upon which to stand, rather than sort of sinking beneath the waves. But also, the process is looking inward or looking outward. In some ways, are the same process, and it allows you to I think for me, at least, it allows you to realize that what's out there is also in here, and what's in here is also out there, and that again that mitigates the self to some extent, and the self concerns, and the self pity, and the self loathing, and whatever else, and the self worship that sometimes becomes a problem. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Thank you. I know we have a few minutes, which is fine, because the bulk of the time was to hear your words and your voices. I want to encourage everyone today to please pick up these collections. They're extraordinary. I'm not just, wait. I want to say they've stopped me, they've moved me, They've given me breath. They allow me to continue. So I am grateful. I know that all of you are also teachers, instructors, organizers, work with poets, and something that you had said, all men should be required to take a poetry class. Randy, something that you had said recently, and Al, you were talking about how the lack of reading of poetry has had an impact, an effect on our world these days. Randy, if you're teaching that class, I know, because I will get the word out. Okay. The books are online. I'm certain at the bookshop that WOTS has. They're also at Knife Fork Book. Darlings, did I say thank you?
Thank you, Kirby.
Lovely afternoon and our Sunday morning, and
lovely to meet you, Kirby. I have not met you before. It's been a pleasure.
It's a real pleasure, and I hope that we can meet in the flesh at some point soon. But for now, what a lovely taste.
Well, thanks for bringing us together. Thanks for inviting me. Thanks for inviting us, Kirby. It's really been great, and I really look forward to, being able to be at Knife Fork Book in person again someday, not too distant, right? For whether people in Toronto or people who might come through at any time. It's such a great place. Thank you for it.
Look at that return as well. Okay. Well, thank you, Watts. Thank you, Kingston Writers Festival. Read some poetry, darlings. Talk to you soon.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Bye-bye.
Bye, folks. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, all of you, for reading. We're really trying to make the space feel like as if we were able to physically be together. So I think that all of you really contributed to that today. So thank you very much. Like it was mentioned, all of the books are available both at our Word on the Street shop as well as at knifeforkbook.com. So also make sure that you shop all those titles there. And so now I'm very excited to welcome Bill Bissett for a 5-minute reading.
When
Hi,
I was
Bill.
a boy, yes, I can start. In Alabama, I was barely,
Oh, do you want me to introduce you and read your bio?
Too. And I ate all the crocodiles that they had there until there was nothing left for me to do. So I moved further north up to New York City, and I ate all the crocodiles they had left. And the full moon had hung so deep in my chest, and I was also bereft that I turned to the writing of poetry for the good of my soul and my life. Almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. Oh, we are almost there. We are. Oh, we ara. Oh, shimmy, honey, shimmy. I love lindo. Ba, shimmy. Almost there. You can find anything you want at any time, at any place. Yeah. Are you anywhere? Where? Can you? You're coming me, my. Coming you. Why do magazines lie so much? Because we want a basic income now. We want less hierarchies, more equal society, more equitable. We want to live with each other. Yes. These poems are from my new book, Breath. Yes. The trees of lunaria. Text bites. Text bites. Just you. Just me. Just thee. Just everyone is the truth of the text. It's a margins and infinities. The tactility of the text. Carved in our brains and minds, the soul does a text that ground you, me. The turbulence of the text, its focus and disarray sway. The tempestuousness of the text and the moon eats us. Oh, we're eating the moon, and in the river we're going through the trees, and the winds bring us through the torture of the text of the text of the torment of the text, the terror of the text. Oh, the roar of the text. I know the tremor of the text, the of the overwhelming tango of the text, of the text, of the text, of the text, of the teases of the text, the ease of the text, and the XT of the text, the candor of the text, the extent of the text, of the text. I heard the salmon talks will resume on Monday, and I said, thank God. Well, at least the salmon are talking. The eagle talks. The eye is a speaking. The weave is the eye. Oh, text me, honey, on some regular basis. Woo. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Bill. Thank you for joining us today. So you can actually, sorry?
I'll see you later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bill. So Bill Bissett is originally from Lunaria, a far distant planet which has a more egalitarian body politic. Still trying to get used to challenging every earthling ways, but feel it's worth to try. Poet and painter, shows paintings at the Secret Handshake Gallery in Toronto. You can find Breth, Bill's most recent book, from our official bookseller, Another Story Bookshop, as well as in our digital marketplace at wordonthestreet.shop or at anotherstory.ca. So we will now be back in 10 minutes for our panel with authors Amanda Leduc, Sarah Kurchak, and with both of them in conversation with activist and educator Sirius Marcus Ware. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to the Books and Discovery panel. We are continuing this live stream today with the Celebrating Our Differences panel. I would like to introduce our moderator. Hello, Cyrus.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. We're really excited. Cyrus Marcus Ware is a core team member of Black Lives Matter Toronto, a Bannier scholar, a facilitator, and designer for the Cultural Leaders Lab, and an award-winning artist and educator.
Thanks so much for having me, and welcome everybody to this panel where we're going to be exploring some incredible writing about the experience of disability and sort of the politics in and around it. It is my great honor to introduce our panelists for today, Amanda Leduc and Sarah Kurchak. First, Amanda Leduc. Amanda Leduc's essays and stories have appeared in publications across Canada, the US, and the UK. She is the author of the novels The Miracles of Ordinary Men and the forthcoming The Senator's Wife. She has cerebral palsy and lives in Hamilton, Ontario, where she works as the communication coordinator for the Festival of Literary Diversity. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you for having me.
I also would like to welcome Sarah Kurchak. Sarah Kurchak is a writer and retired professional pillow fighter living in Toronto. Her work as an autistic self-advocate and essayist has appeared in Hazlitt, Catapult, The Guardian, Time, CBC, Vox, and Electric Literature. She is a graduate of the Humber School for Writers, and this is her first book. So welcome, both of you. Thank you so much for leading us through this discussion today. I can't wait to get to hear some excerpts and some readings, but just a little bit of the context. Of course, as we know, we are living in extraordinary times. Disability justice is permeating through our world, and activism supporting the lives of disabled, mad, sick, and ill folks is spreading all around the world. It's a beautiful moment to see this activism and this work. And we know it hasn't always been this way. There are deeply entrenched systems of systemic ableism that we're still fighting against. But since the beginning of this pandemic, we've seen actually an incredible amount of solidarity with disability communities. So it's kind of a very important and interesting year 2020 has been as a disabled activist and artist, seeing the way that disability is being discussed in much broader circles is very encouraging to me. So I'm so thankful for your work and for your writing and for the ways that you've brought our stories to the page and to life. So I don't know which one of you would like to start us off, but I think we're going to start with some readings and then we're going to move into a discussion. Thank you so much.
Amanda? Sarah, would you like? I can go. That's fine. Okay, good. So I'm going to read a little bit from my book, Disfigured, on fairy tales, disability, and making space, which came out with Coach House Books earlier this year. And I'm just going to read a little bit right from the beginning of the book. It begins, as all fairy tales do, with a problem. Once upon a time, a woodcutter and his wife lived alone and had no children. Once upon a time, a wealthy man's wife died and he was lonely. So he married another woman who was cruel to his child. Once upon a time, a mermaid, looking out beyond the sea, longed to find herself walking on land. In this case, a mother and father have a 17-month-old daughter who has not yet learned to walk. This is not always a problem. Some children walk sooner and others take their time, but these parents are worried. They read the literature on standard milestones and ask questions of the doctors, who tell them not to worry. They whisper the same things to themselves and each other at night. Don't worry, everything will be okay. They've already lost a child, another daughter, dark-haired and silent, who came into the world already dead. It happened a year and a half before their second daughter was born. Her ashes sit in a little gray box on their bedroom closet shelf. They are terrified, but also filled with hope. Sometimes it can take a while, they remind themselves. Every child is different. Their second daughter's other milestones are fine. She laughs, she cries, she crawled with no trouble. She eats anything and everything they put in front of her. Such a good little eater, her grandfather says. Years later, it will be their longest running family joke. When she does take her first steps, just before turning 2, they are overjoyed but still worried. Their daughter's right foot turns inward so that her right leg collapses against the left. She doesn't drag it, not exactly, but the way she walks doesn't look quite right. There are no mentions of this in their baby information books, no pictures of a leg that slants just so. They take her to the doctor, who agrees that something doesn't look the way it should. More than this, though, the doctor trusts them, believes them, understands the dark river of uncertainty that flows deep within a parent. I listen to the mothers, she tells them. They always know. She refers them to a neurologist who sends them to another city an hour's drive away so that doctors can put the girl into a machine and look at her brain. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to just keep reading, but amazing. Thank you so much. Sarah, would you like to read for us as well?
Yeah, it's going to be hard to follow up on that, but this is from I Overcame My Autism, and all I got was this Lousy anxiety disorder. It's on Douglas and McIntyre, and it came out in April, just in time for us to all celebrate it inside. So, in the weeks and months that followed my diagnosis, I was able to start identifying the many, many things that I had been doing to obscure my autistic nature. I was surprised to discover just how many hacks I'd developed, and a little shocked when my therapist informed me that they weren't perfectly common behaviors that everyone does all the time. I talked my way through any substantial efforts to alter these habits too, but I figured talking about them was almost as good. If I couldn't improve the quality of my life, I could at least improve the quality of all those dreadful, but you don't look autistic conversations I kept getting stuck in. My ideal script for these engagements looked something like this. Person and me, engaging in pleasant conversation that leads to a place where I felt it would be appropriate and comfortable to say that I'm autistic. Me, I'm autistic. Person, really? You don't look autistic. Me, I've been looking at your high eyebrows to make it look like I'm actually looking at your eyes this whole time. I'll leave out the part where there's a good chance that my gaze probably drifted to their teeth at some point and probably got stuck there, and then I had to worry about how I had become fixated on yet another person's mouth when I try so hard to avoid that particular habit of mine, and worry about whether they've noticed I'm staring at their mouth, all while trying to keep up with the conversation and all of my other tricks. I've been tapping my right foot against the floor because I've managed to turn most of my repetitive movement patterns into things that non-autistic people also do, and are also therefore seen as normal expressions of energy / excitement / boredom / nerves. I've probably been playing with my hair for the same reason. The tone of my voice is modeled after my mom's, although I've probably picked up some other subconscious influences from all of the TV shows and movies I watch to try to augment my middlingly developed social skills. The way I talk with my hands is 100% my mom. I have no idea if they're helpful. I don't think my gestures are in any way connected to what I'm actually saying, but she talks with her hands and people love her, so I started doing it and now it just kind of happens. The structure and content of this conversation were probably culled from similar sources. I have at least 4 different tracks running through my brain when we're talking. One is trying to make sure my fake eye contact makes me look attentive but not creepy, omitting the track dedicated to the teeth again. One is following our conversation and trying to process what you're saying and come up with thematically relevant responses in return. One is making sure I'm not monopolizing the conversation, and then I'm asking you an appropriate number of appropriate questions in return. One is trying to keep me from saying anything weird. It's probably failing. On top of all that, I'm trying to tune out all of the background noise, including but not limited to cars, other conversations, breathing, chewing, possible music being pumped out of a speaker somewhere, and buzzing lights, in order to hear what you're saying. There's a lot I'm probably leaving out. I'll probably realize this around 4 a.m. when I'm not sleeping and kick myself, and then not sleep some more because I'm worried that I have failed to successfully illustrate how autistic I am, and how hard I have worked not to get to the point where I have to prove that I am all of the things I'm trying to spare you from. Person. That sounds hard. Me. It can be challenging. Exits to nearest public washroom that doesn't smell too much of industrial cleaner or lack thereof, and isn't overrun by constantly howling high-tech hand dryers to hang out in a stall and breathe and or cry into my hands for a while, or go home to have a half-conscious stare at a screen, fail to nap, and a good fetal position moment, or some other amenable timeout to allow for recovery from the interaction. These steps can also be employed in the event of a dismissal or accusation of faking.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, what strikes me so much, so first of all, thank you so much for sharing your words. And I can't wait for folks who are watching, if they don't yet have a copy, to pick up their copy so that they can read along and continue the story. You know, what strikes me so much about both of these passages, right, is that they both tell a personal narrative from different vantage points that in my understanding, seem to attempt to make visible the behind the scenes experience, the lived experience of what it is to be living as a crip, sick, mad, disabled person in a world that often doesn't imagine disability is present, doesn't desire disability. Mm-hmm. So what I love about these passages is that it's sort of a window in to this lived experience for folks who maybe aren't as familiar. And I wondered, what has the response been to your work from both non-disabled community members and also from your own communities, from disability communities?
Mm-hmm. Sarah, would you like to go? Or...
It's relief has been a huge one from my fellow autistic readers. Mm-hmm. There is, because there's so much of our lives that are internal, and so much of what people understand both scientifically and aesthetically about us has been studied and, you know, completely laid out by non-autistic people. Anytime there is a first-person narrative that says anything that connects with even one other autistic person in the world, it's just this massive, massive sigh of relief and just, oh, I'm not alone. And also maybe someone else will read this and think just a little bit differently about my life too. And in terms of non-autistic readers, I have been heartened to see that they don't want to stop with my story, which was extremely important to me. That they didn't come out of one silly memoir by, you know, one white woman and think, oh, I've learned about autism now, I'm done, this is really good. But I know less than I thought I knew, and I have to go research as much as I can from as many different autistic perspectives as I can.
Amazing. Amanda?
Yeah. I think for me, the thing that was really neat about Disfigured is that it occupies that sort of liminal in-between space where it's talking about fairy tale culture and then also talking about disability. So there were a wide variety of groups that can kind of come at the book from a different lens. And really, it's been really gratifying, first and foremost, to see the reception that the book has had in the disability community. And particularly for me, as someone with cerebral palsy, seeing other people with cerebral palsy read it and reflect on how they see themselves reflected in the narrative, because I didn't see anybody with cerebral palsy in any books that I read when I was growing up. So that has been really lovely to have people come and say how much it's meant to them to see themselves reflected in the work. But it's been really, really wonderful. One of my favorite things about the reception to the book out in the world now is how a lot of people are sort of approaching it as a kind of coming from a non-disabled audience and approaching it almost as like a primer, a sort of introduction to them for disability issues, because it has that fairy tale sort of door into things. And a lot of people, because we don't traditionally think about fairy tales as being synonymous with disability, even though disability is sort of rampant in all the fairy tales that we know in Western culture, because we don't think about those characters as being disabled, right? They're either villains or they're sort of experiencing a temporary disability. So people haven't thought about it that way before. I had a really great conversation with a makeup artist, actually, when I was getting ready to talk about the book here in Hamilton, and I was talking about disability in fairy tales, and she just sort of stopped in her brushing concealer onto my face, and she was like, oh my gosh, I've never thought about it that way before. And so that's been really, really interesting to see sort of from a non-disabled perspective how it's kind of really made people aware in ways. And like Sarah has said, you know, people have sort of read this book and then said, oh, you know, there's so much other literature out there that I should be reading. And it's sort of opened me up to this vast richness of disability experience in letters and in words. So I'm really quite grateful and humbled that the book has been able to do that in the way that it has.
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to come back before, if we have some time at the end. I'd love to ask you both, who else it is that you think people should be reading, to sort of, if they've read your books and they're looking for a continuation of the conversation, I'd love to get your picks and your recommendations. But I wanted to ask a little bit about your creation process. And so, for folks who are new to disability, one of the things I just want to start out by saying, of course, is we know when we talk about desiring disability, what we're saying is that, human bodies and minds come in all sorts of shapes, forms, so many different ways of being. And all of those ways of being are valid. And this is what we say when we talk about desiring disability. We say that all of the ways that our bodies and minds show up in the world are exactly the way that they're supposed to be. And so, so just as, we're framing this conversation around an understanding of disability that is desire, we get to live and thrive as disabled people, and we get to, anyways. So what I'm wondering about is about your creation process. And so we know that often, specifically within an ableist society, there's a real pressure for a timeline that doesn't always work with the way that our bodies, minds function, right? So I wondered, did you crib your creation process? What's your creation process like as writers with disabilities? Do you do anything like what's different about did you do anything with your creation process to sort of, bring disability into the way that you made the work?
Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Do you mind if I go? Or, I think. So I don't know why I continue to think this, every single book, it's like, okay, I'm going to have a plan and I'm going to stick to that plan. And, it's all going to be fine. And I had sort of written an outline for the book and then had this idea that Disfigured was going to be a little bit more on the kind of cultural criticism side of things. So it was going to focus more explicitly on fairy tale criticism, and then also looking at disability rights and the disability rights framework. And almost instantly, right from the sort of beginning of writing it, there was this personal narrative that needed to find its way in, and it just kind of kept coming up. So very early on in the process, I abandoned the outline that I had drawn for myself, and just sort of, committed to letting the story be what it wanted to be. And it was this sort of, hard to classify in between thing, right? Where it wasn't quite a work of entirely cultural criticism. It's not quite a work of fairy tale scholarship. It's memoir, but also, it has all these other strands. And that was actually, in the course of writing it, it was very instructive to me as how it was also a roadmap for how I was living my life as a disabled person, right? Where there is no one size fits all approach to this, and you sort of need to give yourself space to just kind of be who you are and allow yourself time to rest. And once I had sort of figured that out, the act of writing the book was really quite joyous. Like it's probably, out of all of the projects that I've ever done, it was the most enjoyable book to write. Like it was fascinating. And I just sort of went on a whole bunch of little, down a bunch of little rabbit holes and kind of, but I think that was because I gave myself that space to, approach it maybe in a way that I hadn't anticipated and sort of just be unconventional in terms of the strands that I was weaving into it. And it just, it's lovely that turned out to be a very natural thing for me. So I think the process of writing it helped to reiterate for me how thoroughly disability has wound its way into my life in so many aspects and so many of the things that I do. And part of the pride that has come out of writing this book has just been about recognizing how that journey gives me all of the things that I need to go forward. Sorry, I feel like I'm getting a little off topic there, but
no, that's so. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and yeah, when we realize just how much when you're involved in disability community, when you're involved in disability organizing or activism, like when it's a conceptual shift in terms of how we're thinking about the world, and I can really resonate with what you're saying about just how enmeshed that becomes in your practice. A way of looking at the world that is totally different. Sarah, what was your experience? Did you crip your creation process?
This is such a beautiful story, and my contrast is just going to go right downhill from here. My book I call a cautionary tale, in which I list a number of ways that on paper I think non-autistic people would make autistic people's lives like cured or better or overcome, hence the ironic use of overcome in the title. And then I just made a whole set of new mistakes throughout the entire writing process for the book. I celebrated my 20th anniversary as a freelance writer this year, but most of that was just like doing music journalism and writing about MMA, where you're lucky if you get a copy editor. So the creative process was very, very lonely for me for a long time. And I just didn't even understand the structure of like how much I could fight back against an editor, what I could actually stand for. And it just started to get into every mistake I'd made trying to figure out what people wanted from me when I couldn't communicate it, I was doing with my editor. I also, just because, I'm strong, I can do anything. Because my publisher wanted to publish the book in Autism Awareness Month, I had the option of, when I signed my book deal in January of 2019, of either writing an entire first draft of a manuscript for April 1st, 2019, or waiting until April 1st, 2020. And, in early 2019, it seemed like a really good idea to just hunker down and write the whole thing and then emerge into the world and have a beautiful 2020. That worked out really well. In all fairness, though, people who know me and know my creative process, which is mostly procrastination, they said, so you're going to write the whole thing in 8 to 6 weeks in 2019, or you're going to put it off for a whole year and write it in 8 to 6 weeks in 2020. So maybe just get it over with. And I'm glad I did that. But at the same time, I just had not taken into account, because I don't consider my life that tragic or traumatic, especially compared to a lot of the other autistic people I communicate with. Like, I am very lucky, but, being a lucky autistic is still a challenge. And so I was spending about 2,000 words a day of just not as processed as I thought childhood trauma on the page over and over again. And with my schedule, I couldn't even take a day off. So I was just like having anxiety I couldn't figure out. I had body chills I couldn't control and had to sit in a tub every night to try to take care of myself. But I did get it done. I would never, ever recommend it to another human being, especially not an autistic person. And so maybe my next cautionary tale is just how to learn how to tell your story in long form without just absolutely cutting yourself open and bleeding on the page every day.
I really resonate with everything that you're saying. As an artist myself, I've done a lot of work in trying to, sort of make more accessible theater practices so that the process of creation is more accessible. I work in, visual arts to try to make sure that the visual arts and galleries are more, more open and more welcoming to disability. And then when I get ready to make a work, I'm like, yep, 72 hours, sure. Okay, I'll draw a drawing in 72 hours, no problem. So we have to still end up finding
accommodations I believe in and fight for. Oh, they're not for me though.
Oh yeah. The do as I say, not as I do police. Yes. Card carrying member right over here.
I'm wondering what your experiences were like working within the field. So in publishing, in writing, did you, what was there anything that you sort of remarked on, trying to sort of fit into that industry? You say you've just celebrated 20 years in this field, and I know Amanda, you've been writing for so long. Like, what has been your experience of being artists with disabilities in the field of publishing and writing?
Okay. So I think for me, I think it's important to acknowledge that I didn't really. So I've had cerebral palsy my whole life. So I've been disabled my whole life, but I wasn't really thinking about myself as a disabled person, and really reckoning with what it meant to live that identity until about 5 years ago. So when my first novel came out, I wasn't thinking about myself as a disabled writer, and I wasn't thinking about existing in the industry as a disabled writer. It's something that I'm much more aware of now, and also in that awareness, aware of how the certain privileges that I have as a disabled person who also has access to a lot of non-disabled privilege, how that then gives a responsibility to really try and like Cyrus, like you were talking about with theater and making sure, trying to ensure accessible theater spaces and all that sort of thing. Like it's something that I do think about a lot more now as opposed to earlier in my career. In terms of publishing specifically, I think I'm really trying to advocate for more own voices, particularly disabled stories, like really trying to uplift the writing of other disabled writers. And in so doing, also looking at the ways that we celebrate that work and are the spaces that we are using to celebrate writing, are they physically accessible? Are we looking at things like captioning and ASL and all of the events that we do? These are all questions that we need to be asking. Both, I need to be asking them as a disabled writer, and then I think also my peers who are maybe non-disabled also need to be asking these things, and how do we create inclusive spaces in that way. So it is something that I'm continuing to learn about ways in which I can be more inclusive in my own practice and my own approach, and it's something that I encourage all other writers, disabled or non-disabled, to really think about.
Sarah?
So I was diagnosed about 9 years into my career, which has, it's always survived, which is a miracle in publishing and writing anyway. But I've never been like a name or particularly successful. I've just hung on. And I think I'm still piecing together just how many ways in which undiagnosed autism was influencing everything from the way I wrote to the way I processed interviews to the way I conducted interviews too. Mm-hmm. And even to the ways in which my confusion about social skills was messing up my ability to schmooze, which is, I think, important in all of publishing, but especially when you're getting into entertainment writing, with music or with fighting, any of those things. There's a lot of being with other people and interacting and meeting colleagues and connecting with them, and meeting editors who might want you to pitch stuff and connecting with them. And I just barely established that baseline anywhere I went. I think I was on my 10th year of having a full media pass at the Toronto International Film Festival and at a party, and someone just saw me alone in the corner and said, like, "Oh, is this your first TIFF?" And I was like, "No, it's really not." And I that is something that I want to break down for the next generation of autistic writers, just to make schmoozing either less important or to provide alternate pathways to getting their work heard. I find, because I love rules and because I'm so afraid of imposing myself on people after years of being bullying, the whole pitching process is opaque at most places. And it involves throwing yourself at someone even if they say no a lot, which is just so against any protective instincts I have, and I think that a lot of other autistic people have. So another thing I would like to do is to, I can't mentor anyone creatively because I'm just my own little dipshit in the corner, and what works for me will probably not work for other people. But if I can help anyone out just navigating this very cliquey, completely opaque process, that is something I would like to focus on for the next generation.
Incredible. That takes me sort of in a bit of a where I was hoping we would get to the future. I was hoping we'd start talking about the future. I'm so interested you know, as we talk about the kinds of, I mean, just our experiences and the kinds of changes we'd love to see in order to, you know, wouldn't it be, when you described your writing process as joyous, I just think, yes, like how do we get to a situation where the conditions are such that we can have more joy in our processes, you know, and I think that time is part of that, but you know, I don't know, I also need to do things at the very last minute, so maybe even with a lot of time I would not find it joyous, but how do we create joy, cultivate joy in our practice? So what I'm wondering about is, you know, when we talk about the future is accessible, you know, we say that, right? And when people were talking in the beginning part of this global pandemic of COVID-19, people were saying, you know, what kind of world do we want to emerge out of COVID into, you know, and sort of people are starting to do this future thinking. I'm wondering, you know, as writers, as people who have thought a lot about the world that we're in, let's say it's 2025 or 2027, what do you hope is happening for disabled writers? What do you hope is different for us in say 5 or 10 years? You know, that would sort of do, you know, the advocacy that you're talking about in your work. Let's say that it's successful. Where are we at in 5 or 7 years? What do you hope for us as
definitely like disabled writers are writing about whatever the hell they want to write about.
Yes.
And if that's disability in a first person narrative, that's amazing because we will always need that. But if they want to expand into other things, I want there to be the space and the audience to embrace that too.
Right? Speculative fiction, right? Poetry, right? Whatever. I love.
Oh, yes. Yes. And you know, that expectation that if you self-identify as a disabled writer, like you say, Sarah, you're only ever going to be writing about disability. You know, there's that sort of expectation there. I would really like us to get to a point where, you know, it's understood that disability and disabled writers are not a niche market. Like we're not writing stories just for other disabled writers. We're writing stories for everybody. We're writing toward that world where, you know, we understand that the world that we live in right now is a one-size-fits-all approach, and it leaves a lot of people behind. And we're writing toward a world that is no longer a one-size-fits-all approach anymore, where, you know, we understand that there's a, you know, difference and othering are not the same thing. And, you know, getting to a world where we celebrate the differences that make us all who we are. We're all here in different shapes and sizes, and who we are is shaped by the way that we move through the world. You know, I want us to get to that point. I want young children especially to see more stories and more picture books and more, you know, poems and fairy tales about characters who, you know, are wheelchair users and who are autistic and who have cerebral palsy, who have limb differences, so that, you know, children are not afraid in the ways that, you know, the world that we live in so often teaches children and young people to be afraid of disability. And I want us all to understand that, you know, we have a responsibility to one another in the world that we live in to build a world that is welcoming of all. You know, disability is not like a contingency plan, which it is for so many people, right? And it's like, oh, well, if this happens, then I want us to build a world where we can all exist and sort of thrive to, you know, the best of our capacity. And as storytellers, I think we have a real power to reach for that world in speculative writing, and then in, you know, nonfiction, and in the other ways in which our writing intersects with different spaces, right? With theaters and with visual art and with the movies that we watch and the comic books that we consume and all those kinds of things. And I think, you know, I do really feel a tide. We're sort of on and in a wave at this moment in time. And I hope it's a wave that just keeps growing.
Oh, may it be. It's so interesting when you mentioned speculative fiction, because there's this beautiful book, Octavia's Brood, that it's sort of writing in the vein of Octavia Butler, a Black disabled speculative fiction writer whose main characters often are disabled. That they have an experience of disability, and in fact, it's because of that they often are the ones who's the best person to lead the group to freedom or whatever. But anyways, Walida Imarisha writes in that book about how all activism is speculative fiction because you're daring to imagine that another world is possible. And so I love this idea that as writers, what we're doing is we're making it possible for people to do the activism that will birth the worlds that we're writing about, right? Because we're helping people to imagine that it is possible. It could actually be so much more beautiful if we just believed that it was possible, So thank you for bringing the speculative into this. I'm very curious, just as we start to wrap up, I want to you mentioned, you hope that folks read your books and continue reading. I'm just wondering if you want to give us a couple of names of other folks who you think people should be picking up and reading in concert or in conversation with your work.
Oh, I actually kept some on the side here just in case. This is absolutely a foundational text in autism. It is All the Weight of Our Dreams on Living Racialized Autism. It's edited by Morenike Giwa Onaiwu and Lydia XZ Brown and E. Ashkenazi. It's, just incredible amount of perspectives. When I say that we need to hear from as many different people as possible, this is a really great place for people to start. And it's just beautiful writing. And then in terms of, disabled people writing about things other than disability all the time, Sari Jarrell Johnson's Slingshot is just beautiful poetry. And it is poetry by an autistic person, but it is not, poetry about autism. And it's incredible art and the future I want to see.
Thank you.
I don't have the books with me, unfortunately, but I would definitely recommend Falling for Myself by Dorothy Ellen Palmer, Voice by Adam Pottle. Adam is a deaf writer in Saskatoon. Dorothy is a Burlington-based writer, and she writes often about having a physical disability and also about adoption and adoption narratives. And then two more that I would also recommend would be, I'm going to pronounce this wrong, but Cephalopography 2.0 by Rasiqua Revolva, which just came out this fall, poetry, and then Divine Animal by Brandon Wint, which is also a poetry book that came out this year. So yes, all four of those are amazing reads, and I highly, highly recommend them.
Thank you so much. So hopefully folks got those names down. If not, maybe we can get them in the chat somehow. But thank you so much for those recommends. And just as we start to sort of close out our panel, I'd love to hear what's next. So what are you excited about? Are you thinking I'm just going to not write anything for a minute because I've just or are you already planning and plotting your next project? What's coming up next for Sarah and Amanda?
Oh, apparently we're both really thrilled about this one.
I know, never ask her, right? It's like asking a PhD student, when are you done? Don't ever say.
I'm starting to finally embrace the idea of writing again. I just figured because I was basically a no-name middle-aged writer sending her first book into a pandemic that maybe I wouldn't get another shot. But my agent emailed me a couple weeks ago and started asking about a second book. And so I had to take some time to actually think about it because the only thing I was trying at the time was, as a joke, writing a book about a woman who goes and has a sexual relationship with a wax mannequin she found in a dumpster in Niagara Falls, which I still kind of want to write. But do it. Yeah, maybe. But I also would like to explore more personal essays in terms of autistic characters and autistish characters that I found and identified with, and also ones that I found incredibly alienating and that many people do find alienating in the autistic community. I think that pop culture has really helped me figure out the world, and I'm pretty sure it can help the world figure out people like me too. So I would love to tackle that. Also, I really, really want to write an autistic teen sex comedy.
I want to read that, so that's good.
I have a novel coming out in February of next year, which features a disabled protagonist with CP. It's sort of the realm of speculative fiction. It's kind of like a dystopian fairy tale hybrid with centaurs. And then I'm working on another novel at the moment, which is sort of I guess, technically a linked collection of short stories, but sort of going back to the same themes of transformation and what does it mean to live in different bodies. And then also I'm working on an essay collection as well. And so far it has not been the joyous process that writing Disfigured was. So I have no idea what's going to happen with it. But as I said, if Disfigured has taught me anything, it's just to sort of, let the book be what it needs to be and see where it goes. So I'm enjoying that part of it so far, even if like the actual writing is a little bit more painful.
I can't wait to read that as well. I can't wait for these to come out. I want to say a huge thank you to Amanda Leduc and to Sarah Kurchak, who have been speaking with us today about their new books and their new writing and a little bit about the future and about activism all wrapped into one. I can't wait to continue to read and continue to engage with your work. And thank you again for giving us your picks and recommends of folks to check out. I just want to say, we didn't say this at the start of the talk, but this panel, of course, is coming to you from Zoomland, but I am coming to you from Takaranto, from the part of Takaranto that was underwater at the time of the Toronto Purchase and is therefore unceded territory, the land of the Mississaugas of the Credit. So I just want to say thank you to the Anishinaabe people and the Haudenosaunee people and the folks who put together the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Treaty, which we are subject to in this territory. So thank you for the chance to gather today to talk about this. Sarah, Amanda, thank you so much for your work. I can't wait to continue to engage with your practice, and thank you for sharing everything today.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Great.
Thank you, Cyrus. Thank you, Sarah. It really has been so wonderful. It's such an honor to speak with both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, Vanessa.
Hello again. Thank you so much for those readings and that discussion. We've been talking a lot about all of these books, like these books in particular in our office. So we were all really excited about this panel. So thank you all so much.
So just one more plug, The Centaur's Wife, is just forthcoming. And you can also check out The Miracles of Ordinary Men by Amanda Leduc. And then I'm going to get the title wrong of your book, Sarah, please say, because it's actually such a fantastic title and I don't want to get it wrong.
It's I overcame my autism and all I got was this lousy anxiety disorder.
Amazing. So please check out these works, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time at Word on the Street.
Okay, thank you so much. In the YouTube comments, you'll be able to see the links to where you can buy these books for yourself. So next up, we are moving right along. We have, here we go. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good. I'll introduce you and then you can go right ahead.
Okay.
So Cicely Belle Blain is a Black queer activist, writer, and consultant. They are noted for founding Black Lives Matter Vancouver and were listed as One Vancouver Magazine's 50 Most Powerful People, as well as BC Business's 30 Under 30, and one of CBC's 150 Black women and non-binary people making change across Canada. Cicely Belle Blain is an instructor in executive leadership at Simon Fraser University and the author of Burning Sugar with Arsenal Pulp Press this year. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Cicely Belle. I'm joining you from the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, also known as Vancouver. And very excited to be here. And I'm just going to read a couple of pieces from Burning Sugar, which came out this month with my publishers, Arsenal Pulp Press, and also the VS Books imprint by Vivek Shreya. This is Northern California. To be warm is to be held. Soft hands touching under unblossomed orange trees in Northern California. Sticky grass, sweet air, tight and close but not choking. lurching on the precipice of discomfort, playing with fire. Will we fall? Will we burn? Will our hearts be ignited like kindling on a winter's evening in childhoods far from here? We sing the Diaspora song, an aching melody. On the white peaks of Atlantic waves crashing crescendo, each note a drop of blood on the hands of white men, always washed away with the same salt that chokes us, grates away remnants of their crimes, so too does it erase us. Black and brown and yellow and red, suddenly monochrome, camouflage, invisible. Serpentine languages of our ancestors, just daggers on our tongues. Bullets in our souls, we are nothing more than shells trying to fill ourselves with meaning, tears salty like the waters that brought us here. Ships passing in the night we once were, now we are docked together, anchored to land that is not ours but not theirs. Stars are dying and we are reborn. Far from home, sticky grass, sweet air, tongues, tongues, tongues of our ancestors reincarnated in us in ways that we could never imagine and never deserve, but here we are in Northern California, blossoming like fruits, finding ourselves and loving and forging friendships and hurting together. Here we are. You may have broken us, severed us from old warmths, but we rise eternally. This is North Carolina. Heat stretches out for miles, fields crackling, brown. I can feel the vibration of mosquitoes in my veins. It is my first time in the South. They laughed when I asked, what the heck is grits? My body gravitates towards the magnolia tree. It has always been my favorite. Pale yellow flowers reach upwards, undoing gravity. I am in the shade of the tree before I see it, the whipping post. It stands short and unassuming. I am almost disappointed about how dull it is, a piece of wood struck jarringly into the earth, slight eastward disposition. I expected inflictions of time, deep wounds of history, blood of my ancestors, a haunting chill, pain in my own fragmented heart, and the smell of burning sugar. Instead, it stands there in all its regularity and reticence, with no stories to share, as if all the violence of white supremacy would simply fade with time. This one is called Gentrification of My Heart. My hometown oscillates between 1945 and the present. Some days she is modern, complex, moving. Other days she is still, silent, ravaged. My grandmother lives life like it's wartime, the sewing kit in the biscuit tin, a lifetime of rations in the pantry, a reuse mentality before it was cool. Her home is a sanctuary of preservation. Outside, condos replace childhood memories, an interior design store where the swings used to be. My heart begins to forget the feeling of home. This one is called Dear Diaspora Child. It is okay if you only learned about your culture from Google. It is okay if you only read your language in the public library. It is okay if you need books to know your ancestral recipes. It is okay if you've never even set foot on the soil of your people. It is okay if your hips don't sway to those rhythms. It is okay if the food is too bitter for your tongue. It is okay if English is the only language that flows freely from your mouth. It is okay if your wardrobe is just jeans and tees. It is okay if you only know Shakespeare, and it is okay if spice brings you fear instead of joy. It is okay if you can understand, but you cannot reply. It is okay if you dread the disappointed stares of aunties. It is okay if small words like salam alaikum fall from your tongue like broken bones. It is okay if you spend your whole life shunning it all, only now to want it back. You are no less worthy. It is no less home. And then lastly, I will read Unapologetically Queer. 1. Queer desire was burning a hole in my chest pocket. I don't know how to live a half life. I am not radioactive decay, atomic instability. It would be 200 years short of my potential. I had to teach myself how to love unapologetically, to exist in spaces that weren't ready for my reverberating heart. 2, I would be years late to realizing half the people I loved had walked out on me because I'm queer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Cicely's collection, Burning Sugar, is the latest from Vivek Shreya's verse books, a poetic exploration of Black identity, history, and lived experience influenced by the constant search for liberation. Burning Sugar is also available in our digital marketplace and at anotherstory.ca. And the links for those are in the YouTube comments. We are going to take a short 5-minute break, and then after we will be joined by Amal El-Mohtar in conversation with Bahar Orang. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. We will now be starting our intimate poetry panel with Bahar Orang, moderated by Amal El-Mohtar. So I will now introduce Amal. Hello.
Oh, hello. Love to be here.
Yeah, we're so thrilled to have you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So Amal El-Mohtar is an award-winning author, editor, and critic. Her short story, Seasons of Glass and Iron, won the Hugo, Nebula, and Locus Awards, and was a finalist for the World Fantasy, Sturgeon, Aurora, and UG Foster Awards. So take it away.
Oh, great. Wait, what am I taking away? I'm sorry. I'm waiting to see Bahar on screen as well. There we go. Oh, wait, no, that's you.
Oh no. Well, we'll put Bahar on. So you can introduce Bahar, and then it's all up to you to do a reading.
Oh,
and
great. Fantastic. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Yeah.
Great. There. Hello. Fantastic.
Hi.
So, my gosh, I'm so sorry. I should have prepared an actual bio of
Let's do away with it.
Well, what I was I mean, the thing is, so I am absolutely overwhelmed with love for this book, and I could talk about this book for days. But I actually did want to ask you if you wanted to do a brief reading from it to start with. Basically, one of the things about this that absolutely blew me away, besides everything, was I'm so accustomed with an experience of reading poetry that is a curation of pieces that you kind of have to come to and go away from and so on. But when I started reading this, I really just didn't want to stop and just was caught up in the current of it. So I don't know if there is a specific passage in it that you'd like to read from or that you have prepared, but I'd love to kind of share the flavor of it with everyone before diving into talking about it.
Sure. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for those words about the book. I mean, I can start by, maybe I'll just read a few fragments from the very beginning.
Absolutely.
Okay. Perhaps my project began when Solmaz Sharif wrote, "My life can pass like this, waiting for beauty." Perhaps my writing here is the articulation of a series of ruptures, all the times I appeared to be waiting but was actually searching. My search has changed, though, because I hardly know anymore whether I can even articulate that aporia that is beauty, or if it even wishes to be expressed here at all. And then there is your beauty, a beauty that appears to me rather like the sun, rather like the moon. And by this I mean that every lock of curly black hair extends from its root, reaching beyond itself, light and messy and stubborn. And we might say you have an olive complexion, a chromatic kind of fairness that glows into the night. And there is somehow the presence of beauty between us, a beauty that offers more than its playful glimmer, a beauty that opens its arms to us, considers stillness as its impermanent home. We could not rush to capture this beauty. Such an impulse would be its opposite. But here I am idealizing beauty, purifying beauty, as though it's not wrapped up in the mess of desire and regret in which we live, as though beauty does not already reside in a home of fragmented language and memory. Because your ex, the person you dated before me, won't stop calling you. You say you once found them beautiful. You say this with your arm leaning against the windowsill, next to a potted purple hyacinth, a sombol, not quite in bloom, that lives free from doubt or withholding, that knows just what it needs, the sun. But before I go any further, I have this to offer, a touchstone. There's a strangeness for sure, but a sense of recognition too. The moving image is like something that's escaped from the fissures of my own heart. I guess perhaps a wistfulness, but only the wistfulness of everyday life. The poet's feeling that all of us feel all of the time. And a sunset, very slight, casting a yellowish glow over the street, small circles of light reflecting from the car's windows. We watch from a car driving behind two men on a motorbike, riding down the streets of Tehran, one man trying to steady a bouquet of crooked pink flowers and their too long green stems. The flowers might be dahlias, cook-up. It's the final scene of Kiarostami's film Close Up. And we've arrived, I'm sure, at one definition of beauty, a sort of lighthouse, somewhere to start.
Thank you so much for that. Bahar Orang is a Toronto-based writer and physician training, has a BASc from McMaster University and an MA in comparative literature from the University of Toronto. She completed her MD at McMaster and is now completing specialty training in psychiatry. And Where Things Touch, A Meditation on Beauty is absolutely incredibly her first book. I am astonished by this. And I was delighted in so many ways to be asked to do this. So for one thing, I am a critic, and so I'm always like encountering books, but most often there's a kind of conversation that takes place sort of between books, like if I've read this, then through the usual apparatus of the industry, a number of other books of that kind will be recommended to me and so on. So it's a real pleasure and a real delight to have an encounter with a book that actually does not touch any of the other aspects of industry that I am in touch with, like science fiction, fantasy stuff specifically. And yet everything about this book felt so intensely familiar to me in so many ways. And I've just been so looking forward to talking with you about it. One of the and I should say that the familiarity that I mean is not just in terms of, the fact that it is that there's a lyricism to some parts of it, not just in a kind of dwelling in the affects of beauty, which is something that I also really appreciate, in like very, very specific things, like a shared English majorness, but a shared English majorness that specifically was sort of a thwart theory. Like I was delighted to encounter moments in this book where you talk about your encounters with critical theory, and I just found that echoed so much in my own experience. I managed to do a BA and an MA in English without having to read any theory, and realized only later, in the throes of a PhD, that's not normal, or that is not like that is actually says a lot about the departments where I did the degree and what they're with. So I was encouraged to think of a sort of new historicist approach to literature as the default one, and the theory was a kind of intrusion on the experience of literature. And I have since, been very grateful to have my own encounters with theory outside of the contexts of academia and find them generative and beautiful and moving. So to see like the fact, like this book taught me the sourature, which I'd never encountered the concept before of the writing that is like obscured deliberately in an aesthetic quality. So all this to say, there was so much about this that felt familiar, that felt beautiful, that I felt myself like in conversation with the book as I was reading it. And I wanted to ask you just briefly about the genesis of this project, because one thing that was particularly curious to me was it's presented on the page as if it's a series of fragments, and you describe this as fragments, but the flow of the book is so natural. There's such a kind of linkage to me between all of them. I wondered if were they fragments that you wrote and curated, or did you write them in a sort of linear fashion that ended up in the book as it is?
Well, to answer, I guess, the second part of your question, it was written sort of in a linear fashion, but then there was quite a bit of rearrangement kind of afterwards in the, that endless iterative sort of revision project. There was a lot of rearrangement. And in terms of kind of the first part of your question, thinking about the genesis of the book, I so appreciate that, you've started talking about books in conversation and some of the work that you do, like some of the journalism you do around writing about books and responding to books and reading with and writing with books. I mean, one way that I've sort of answered this question in other contexts it's a true answer, that I started writing the book as a medical student during a time when I was having, all of these really intense clinical encounters, and these were, really emotionally demanding experiences, and they were invoking a lot of spiritual and political and aesthetic questions for me. And so writing was kind of a way of thinking through all that and grappling with all of that. And that's certainly true, and that's certainly a big impetus behind the book. But when I think about the moment that I came to the desk, the moment that I wrote the first words, it was really in the space of an impression that a poem had left on me, which is the poem by Solmaz Sharif called Beauty, that I return to, that there are many returns to throughout the book. And so it's a book about healthcare, and I think about the medical establishment, really seriously through the book. But in many ways, it's also a book about one poem of 20-something lines that is not, it's not even in her most well-known collection called Look. It was published in Lit Hub, I think, the poem Beauty. Yeah. And so I'm thinking about, you raised a lot about the canon and what is the canon, and what gets included in the canon, and what are the canons that are impressed upon us. And there was a question there for me in the book of, how can one cultivate and compile one's own canon? And so in that poem Beauty, which is out, it's not published in any book, it was never taught to me, but it did become part of my personal sort of canon.
Absolutely. I think that's so important. I've been thinking a lot about canonicity lately. There are a lot of conversations happening in genre communities, in particular, about lineage and about inheritance. And there's this kind of, speaking of returns, there's a kind of constant return to one conversation that always sort of seems to imply a lapse in memory, or like a rupture, which is something also that comes up in your book, in memory, around conversations around canons. This is very, very odd thing. I remember being introduced to the history of this particular, I don't know, academic anxiety around canons, that in the 80s, there was some the campus wars around what was going to be considered canon, what was specifically in the humanities, especially. Right. And I've read Henry Louis Gates Jr. talking about the anxieties around assembling the first Norton anthology of African American literature, for instance. And what concerns go into that. So there are, on the one hand, canons are always there to be resisted by the marginalized, but they're also a tool to try and, write back, create our own canons, create our own beginnings of conversations. And I loved so much that in addition to, this book feels like so many layers of overlapping conversations. You're in conversation with that poem, with Beauty, but that conversation has enabled so many others. You cite so many other works, so many theorists, so many other poems, and so the fact that they're gathered at the end as well, into almost like a reading list, essentially, of just other ways into this collection, was wonderful to me. In fact, it made me think about, because you talk about flowers a lot in this collection, and in a particular way that made me feel enormously tender towards it. There's a line that you have talking about queerness and saying that there are those whose queerness is not concerned with flowers. And a kind of desire to justify the interest in beauty and the interest in and to where to root it and stuff. And I found myself thinking about the concept of an anthology, that the word anthology, I think means a gathering of flowers. That there's
I didn't know that. Yeah.
And there's an aspect of this that I think is interested in figuring out beauty in conversation with curation, like that it simultaneously is resisting definitions while in pursuit of them, and that one of the ways of doing that is to accumulate adjectives, and I think actually you say like an accumulation of adjectives at one point, and in the margins I was like a bouquet of flowers, or like this idea that you can come at meaning through creating. So essentially, like if a bouquet of flowers is taking flowers from their individual context and making them into a new context for each other, like the context of the bouquet.
Right.
That I feel like that's something that you're doing with this meditation on beauty here. That with every hesitation and every pulling on a thread and gathering, I'm talking with my hands a lot as I do this, but that it feels like you are creating less a definition than a constant evocation of and I love that as a means of going through a concept. It made me think about as well, I think I mentioned this to you in email, it reminded me of Sofia Samatar's work in this respect, in a way that's almost opposite to this project. She has a book called Monster Portraits. And it is also very fragmentary, but she's writing in response to art that her brother has created. These very stylized, he's a tattoo artist, I think, creatures and stuff. And she writes these moments about them, these portraits. But throughout, she's very interested in getting at a definition of, or in conversation with the idea of monstrosity and what it draws us and repels us and so on. So I don't know, it's an intertext that I suggest. But I wanted to also ask you, I mean, essentially, I don't want to just like comment about your book at you and stuff like that, but I did find myself resisting certainty as I was reading it. Like, one of my reactions to it was a thing that I do sometimes when I'm writing in the margins is to like make a little star next to something that I want to return to. And I found myself unable to close the star. Like the idea of actually putting a closed shape on any of this book felt like it was antithetical to the project of it, and also like it was a weird sort of spell casting that I didn't want to engage in. And so there's like all these like little weird unfinished lines that I've left on it. But I did want to ask you about, so this is your first book, but have you been writing poetry besides this? Did you find that this was a departure for you style-wise, or I mean, I know it's like your first collection, or book, but yeah, did you write poetry before this?
A little bit. I mean, I mean, I've done so much writing over the years, but it's never found its form really, I think, until I came to the creation of this book. I think, yeah, and I'm thinking so much about your, incredibly thoughtful and generous comments, but they're, all of the kinds of forms that I had, considered sort of in the past. There were so many enclosures, with them. There were so many, there were so many enclosures. There was never, I never really found a place that I could articulate that which I, wanted to say. So perhaps I've always sort of written in fragments. And of course there's a tradition, and there's a history, and there's the school of the fragment, as Billy Ray Belcourt has called it. Yeah. Which I have, been studying, and it was inside that place, that sort of, non-linear, improvisational, fracturedness that I felt that I could really start to write, and I could really kind of start to articulate those things that I wanted to say.
there's that moment in the book where you talk about having written a story about a boy named Idlum, I think, who talks to the sky and stuff. And I was reading it going, where I want to read this story. I really want to. And I mean, in the book, you bring it up as a moment of, it struck me as a moment of like a sort of unshakable core of self that then encounters a rupture in terms of then writing stories about people named Anna who fall in love with boys named, what was it, Gregory or something like that. And that also felt very familiar to me. That also felt like I can't quite put my finger on when the moment was where I decided that, wait, why am I not writing Arabic names for my characters? You know, why am I not in a story where there are no other distinguishing characteristics necessarily about a character that should be to do with a background? Why am I defaulting to names that are coded as white or so on?
Right.
And so that also felt very, very moving. But that aspect, I think there was an element of reading this book that, I mean, besides the fact that it made me want to have a conversation with you, which is why I'm very grateful for this, it made me want to talk a lot about affect theory. Have you encountered affect theory?
A little bit. I'm not an expert by any means, but a little bit, yeah.
I think that like this book is probably testament to an expertise in affect theory, whether you know it or not, because I had the experience that you're describing with encountering this poem. I felt like I had with affect theory, where my reaction, and literally I said this to my supervisor at the time, was, is this allowed? Like, can I actually do this? Because the whole point of affect theory is theorizing around feeling, around things that affect and so on. And I had been trained throughout the rest of my academic career to be suspicious of feeling and to be suspicious of anything that was not objective, which is meaningless in so many ways. And this suddenly felt like license to actually pursue, with the parts of me that write creatively, academic inquiry, and to be able to, instead of bracketing off the idea that this made me feel a powerful and intense thing, to seek that and to interact with that feeling with language. And I feel like that so much of this book is doing that and exploring that. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was there's a moment on page 71, which I have, like, I made many scribbles around, well, that's visible, but lately, learning to speak in the second person is the queer project that preoccupies me most. When I write to you, sometimes carelessly, sometimes with every intensity I have. And I loved this so much, that, like, my book, This Is How You Lose the Time War, is all correspondence, is all like, is epistolary. And but I'd never, and even though like that is literally a queer book, it's a love story between two women, it never occurred to me to think of the you as an especially queer project. And I'd love to know if, like, is that something you can talk about a little bit?
Sure. I mean, one thing that, you know, I was so interested in thinking about through writing the book was about address. And you know, who do we address? How do we address? What are the ethics of address? And thinking, of course, about embeddedness and enmeshment and intimacy. And queerness, I think, opens up a space, or can open up a space, not always and not of course, but can open up a space of so much experimentation and improvisation and creativity inside thinking about address and thinking about enmeshment and interdependence. So I think that piece was for sure a concern of the book and something that I still think about really seriously. And I'm thinking, you know, and I just want to return briefly to, you know, your note about affect and writing through feeling and writing inside feeling. And when I talk about having the impression that the poem by Solmaz Sharif, that it left on me, it was actually a very specific last kind of few lines where the speaker writes that, you know, my grandmother, when she died, hadn't been called beautiful in half a century. Yeah. And I was filled with, you know, and I read it as a lonely Iranian woman, which, and for that reason, for many other reasons, I was, of course, filled with something like compassion, something like grief, and I wanted to come to her rescue in a way, and it was from that impulse from that like psychic or existential impulse that I kind of started, you know, writing.
Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna recover from that for a second. That's unbelievable. I need to read this poem from start to finish. That was one thing I didn't do actually because it's so funny. I felt like I knew this poem so completely purely through interaction with it, but clearly there is a lot that I also need to seek out. That is so beautiful. I want actually, so one thing I should probably also turn to is so that when you talk about it, earlier on you were saying that this is a book about, in some ways, healthcare and and that sort of thing. I was very, very struck by the part where you were describing the C-section. Because it in particular struck me that I had never encountered a woman writing about the medical specificities of birth that was her own. Like I just made me realize that, like, as much as I am familiar with like conversations with women who've given birth and being in a room of women who've given birth, talking to each other about their respective experiences, but it's always felt like a kind of bracketed away private exchange that only happens among people who've had that experience and their close family listening. So the representation of a woman who is a doctor watching this, or as a student rather, watching this and speaking about it, felt it just felt like the most moving intimacy possible. That like that the to be granting that experience the beauty of its specificity without particularly recourse to distancing metaphor, you know, not talking about new life and so on, but actually to be, you know, talking about meat essentially and guts. And I think, like, you know, excavating almost the child out of this like metaphor that really, you know, grounds the experience instead of abstracting it. And to have that be part of a project of meditating on beauty struck me very powerfully. And I'm just, I wonder, it also made me wonder about Keats, actually, because, you know, Keats famously also a surgeon, and yet that doesn't tend to...
I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't? So
no.
I am, you know, my sins a romanticist. So Keats was he trained as a surgeon before and during he was writing his writing of poetry, and it tends to...
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, it tends to get elided from his work because they're often seen as opposites, right? They're often seen as, like, you know, the realm of the fairy imagination and so on must be in opposition to the realities of the body, and specifically the sick body, or the body that is harmed or in some way of rescue. And that for you, in this book, those things are absolutely enmeshed. They're absolutely entwined. Did you feel that having written this book changed anything about your medical practice or your approach to being a physician?
I don't know. There's nothing specific that sort of comes to mind for me here as like a real change, but I mean, one thing that I was really trying to capture when I was writing, and I was writing as a medical student, kind of very early in my training, And at that time, none of the medical world was normal to me. It hadn't been normalized yet. Its ideologies were not so cemented or concretized yet. And one of my hopes was that I could stay with that sort of forever through my training, so that I could continue to not take it all sort of for granted.
Mm-hmm.
And my hope is to be able to, carry that ethics kind of with me. Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
Oh, thank you so much.
I've been told that we're out of time. So I'm going to just make sure that there weren't any questions that I've missed from audience. I don't think so. So I think we're going to expect David Alexander hopping on in a moment. There we go. Hello.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bahar and Amal. And Bahar, I've been recommending your book to everybody on the WOTS team. It's such a nice, I want to call it like a break from reality. It's just like that meditative quality that I really, really connected with. So the book, Where Things Touch, A Meditation on Beauty, is available through Another Story Bookshop and the WOTS Digital Marketplace. And thank you both so much for being with us this afternoon.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. And now I'm going to bring on James Lindsay for a special 5-minute poetry reading. Hello, James. How are you?
Hello.
I'll just read your bio real quick before you get started. James Lindsay is the author of Our Inland Sea and the chapbook Ekwuyasi. He is the co-founder of Pleasance Records and works in book publishing. He lives in Toronto, and his new collection is Double Self-Portrait. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, thank you to Word on the Street for having me. My name's James Lindsay. I'm going to read a few poems to you from my new collection, Double Self-Portrait. It's published by Woolsack and Wynne, and is available in their booth at the virtual marketplace. It's 20% off today if you want to pick it up. This first poem is called Home Office, and I had just started going to therapy when I began writing this, so I was thinking a lot about therapy and psychoanalysis while I wrote it. The forecast came on so fast, I hastened to grab my glass, and a few drops of precipitation still fell in. The next sip tasted airy-fairy, argy-bargy, other uptight sounding compounds as I gazed at the storm come on like a kind of friendship I've never known. Sometimes taking money is a form of friendship, and sometimes I noticed the dead moths in the moth trap by my therapist's basement entrance, the entrance to her home office. The weather was like this. 1 week, ice storms that scared us off our last hurrah. The next, sun like a first responder's flashlight shined in the eyes under the guise of checking for pupil reflexes, but in earnest was confirming the signs of continuation as a dull thrum, like a river or a cicada's purr or Eli in the 3rd trimester, letting Nicole know he was alive by pummeling her from the inside. Then this next poem is called The Sandbox, and I was working a job I really didn't like and felt very uncertain. I was thinking a lot about work and why we choose the jobs and work the jobs we do. It starts with a quote from a poem by Sarah Pinder called Commonplace. I wanted to do some work each day, even if it was just holding the lid on the box a little longer. It is said when I try, I show promise in the due diligence of the sandbox, recognizing where the watermark re-uploads after encryption is removed and terminology altered. If I dreamt about this, maybe I'd remember more of it. Tiny leaves and large pollen hovering by my half of the window distract me. 100 years ago, garments were sewn here. Surprising to know how many people are up on the roofs during most of the working day. Choosing how to make money feels like choosing how music makes one weep. Like how this distant figure upon the roof chooses what litter is whipped up into their face by the wind. But the sandbox, the due diligence, how I think about how I should appear while endeavoring. No one listens to music. Exposed pipes are insulated flash floods of other people's shit. Sharing reluctant life with something less than family, but still more than a malicious stranger. We will never say we didn't give our most to be here, but maybe later, when probation passes, a calm can occur, an agreeable stability that allows for other things unspoken of. And finally, this next poem is called Labor of Patience, and I actually wrote it just after I quit that job. It's true. At the moment, I have some money, so I spend mornings posing as a farmer or park ranger, repopulating poems with other poems. My lack of shame shames me. The amount of time I spend tending to tomato plants, like I know about tending to tomato plants. It's not so difficult to envision a next week when I will regret writing this, when I will cause it to come apart. I was told to hold this thing and not drop it, but I will drop it. Dropping it is fair when field recordings fail as egg babies and I'm not allowed to touch the thing's shards. Shards are too sharp for a cut and paste man like me. Instead, I try exit strategy fantasies. That enough time even exists for this to be is loose sand I push my whole head into, listening to uncountable granules gossip about conjugation occurring after the labor of patience. An anticipated lightning arriving, finally fusing them into the elegant glass circuit that always was their inevitable, honest state. Thank you very much. Thank you for Word on the Street for having me.
Thanks so much, James. Like James mentioned, Double Self-Portrait is available on our digital marketplace. There's the link there. Double Self-Portrait explores doubling and reproduction in art, memory, culture, nostalgia, and fatherhood. Speaking of nostalgia, thank you, James.
Have a good day.
You too. Our next event is Vish Khanna's discussion with David Barry on his new book on nostalgia. So I will introduce Vish right now, and then we'll bring on David. Vish Khanna played in several bands and hosts a renowned topical interview podcast called Creative Control. He's an assistant editor at Exclaim magazine, where he oversees the comedy section, and he is a co-organizer of the Long Winter Art Series in Toronto, where he hosts a monthly talk show called Long Night with Vish Khanna. He was a host and producer at CBC Radio 3, is an on-air columnist for the CBC Radio 1 program The Next Chapter with Sheila Rogers. He wrote a monthly arts column from the Guelph Mercury Tribune, and his written work has also been featured in Pitchfork, Now, the AV Club, the Globe and Mail, a bunch of other cool stuff. And he began organizing and promoting concerts in Guelph in 1997, did so sporadically until 2019 under the moniker KYEO, which is a reference to a Fugazi song of the same name. He co-hosted CFRU 93.3 FM's The Mitch Vish Interracial Morning Show with his wife, Michelle. Welcome, Vish.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thanks for having me.
So I'm gonna bring on David and let you do his intro. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I'm happy to chat with David, yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, David.
Hi, David, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you guys?
Good, good.
Even just you.
Yeah, just me. I don't know where the other, he's gone. The other fellow is gone, David. David, where in the world are you today?
I'm in Edmonton today, specifically hiding in my parents-in-law's house, so my child doesn't attack me while this is happening.
I see. I am also in Edmonton. So this is surreal, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't know we were allowed to have two people in Edmonton at the same time.
It's normally not allowed. They've made an exception for Word on the Street in Toronto. No, I moved to Edmonton in January, and yeah, everything's been great ever since. How long have you been in Edmonton?
I actually moved back at Christmas last year, so basically
Weird.
the same amount of time. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, technically, we were here by just around Boxing Day. So yeah, that's very odd. Why did you come back?
Mostly family reasons. I had a small child, and she really wanted to see her grandparents, so I have to do whatever she says.
Right.
So here we are. Yeah.
Right. Same deal. Same deal. Well, I'm thrilled to speak with you today about your book on nostalgia. But before we get into that, David, the other David, had suggested that I would be introducing you. I actually was hoping you might introduce yourself. A, so I can get off the hook from doing that, and B, because I sometimes find that it helps things start off on an accurate footing. I don't want to say things that might be wrong about you, and then you're like, oh, he doesn't even know who I am. Tell us, David, who are you? What's your background?
My background is mostly in journalism. I was an arts and culture columnist for the National Post for about 6 or 7 years, and I'm a freelance writer, still. For places like the Globe and Mail and the Walrus and others. That's the short version of it. And I feel like I should stick to the short version so I don't make up something about myself.
Exactly.
And reveal, I don't know anything.
Sorry, I didn't really home in on this. You said you moved back to Edmonton, I presume from Ontario?
Yes, I was in Toronto for about a decade. So, yeah.
And what compelled you to move to Toronto, if I may ask?
The usual things. It was mostly work. I moved out there to work at the Post. So,
I see.
Yeah, and also just because the gravitational pull of Toronto, I couldn't resist it for that long.
Yeah, but you and we both left that area, so the pull is only so strong. Eventually, you resist.
You have to escape eventually, and Alberta just seems like a really great place right now. Everything is working out super well. The sky's the limit. So yeah, let's go.
I can't tell if I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, because the whole world is kind of in having lots of issues. But yeah, Alberta does feel strange right now, doesn't it?
I have been telling people that I feel like I might be the first person to move to Alberta in about 40 years who won't be able to find a job.
Right.
So that's about roughly how I feel.
Okay.
Except besides the job of, talking to people and sounding smart on video chats.
Yeah. So, I was also in my parents-in-law's basement for 6 months until we got this place. And it's tough, and it's been scary, and we don't know if you're making the right decision, economically or whatnot. So it is weird. But anyway, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we're both in Edmonton. Hopefully we can actually meet in person someday.
Yeah, one of these days.
One of these days. So your book is called On Nostalgia, and I have a copy of it right here for those who are interested in seeing it. There it is. Tell us about this book. I understand you're going to do a reading from it. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, you're not? Okay, sorry. I might have missed it. No, that's fine. I wasn't sure. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
I got some details, and I thought maybe there'd be a reading, and my mistake. I apologize. But let's, in lieu of a reading, tell us about this book. Can you summarize it for us?
Okay. I guess the short version would be that it's kind of a cultural history of the concept of nostalgia, tracing its roots from, it started as a disease in the 17th century, ascribed mostly to Swiss soldiers and other sort of Swiss expats. And it has obviously developed over time from not a disease, but something we still seem fairly suspicious of, fairly worried about, but something that I think is pretty pervasive and we're sort of constantly dealing with. And this book was kind of my effort to make us stop and think about it a bit. I found, particularly sort of in my work as like a cultural critic, someone who's either reading a lot of books that have this as a subject or, talking about films that seem to be marketed with nostalgia, that it's really one of those things that kind of short circuits our brains. It gets us just into a reaction. Either we're kind of lost in our own nostalgic feeling, or we're just kind of pushing away at someone else's nostalgic feeling usually. And I thought that given how pervasive it was probably worthwhile to sit down and actually think about it and parse it and think about what it does to us.
Right. You mentioned the diagnosis, I suppose, of it as a disease in the 17th century. What were the symptoms of being afflicted with nostalgia at the time?
It really ranged from sort of, a stomachache or ringing in the ears to even something as serious as catatonia and death.
What? For nostalgia?
That is what they claimed, that people were so homesick, basically, that they just gave up and died.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I might have to get rid of all the anniversary editions of albums I have because I assume they are laced with a certain amount of nostalgia. Does that seem bizarre to you now? I mean, sorry, this sounds bizarre to me. Was there actually any evidence that people were dying of nostalgia?
Not to, speak ill of like 17th century doctors, but they weren't necessarily like right on top of medical science. But there is like, it does have a weird sort of holdover to how we think today. If we think about the negative aspects of nostalgia, it is almost like these people, if not actually dead, they just can't move forward. They sort of become stuck in a past and unable to actually experience anything new, which is kind of like one of the symptoms. But the other weird thing about death that I really like is that one of the suggested cures that the Russian army tried was as soon as they identified you as feeling nostalgic, they would just bury you alive. And it really stopped the spread. So,
oh my God,
yeah.
The Russians are always on to the hottest medical trends. That is, wow, I'm generalizing, obviously. That is remarkable, a remarkable history of it. So it's an interesting time for this book to be out in the world. I feel like we're in a temporal suspension, right? And so we're all kind of longing for the things that we used to do that we can't do, primarily in the realm of social gatherings. I assume this is something of a coincidence in terms of the book's release and what we're all experiencing at the moment. What actually inspired you in terms of current, we've talked about the 17th century and the historical research you conducted, but was there any particular thing in your realm as a cultural critic and writer that sort of inspired you to take this on as a larger project?
I don't know that it was ever one specific thing. I think it was just really that that weird sort of juxtaposition between maybe the crasser aspects of nostalgia, like using it to, sell Star Wars movies or something like that. And then the fact that like nostalgia actually comes up as like the subject of a lot of works of art quite frequently. And it's usually treated as something really deep and meaningful that like speaks to who we are as people. And it was just kind of that weird, like, how is it that this is apparently one of our most, meaningful experiences, but also this terrible thing that we, want to get rid of and are tired of being sold to with. And, why is that sort of, how can we hold these two ideas in our head at the same time? Yeah. And then it really did feel kind of pervasive in a way, particularly with all of the things we have now that can throw us back into our past.
Yeah, you mentioned in your book, Facebook algorithms, Instagram algorithms, this day in history that they try to, get you to think about. For me, it's often the death of my beloved cat. They love reminding me of that, and I can't handle that. No, it is weird. What does nostalgia say? I mean, obviously, this would be subject to change given different times of history, but what does the impulse to engage in nostalgia tell us about our relationship with the present? Because I think, I make a podcast and often I'm talking to people who made records or music or art that it, was significant to me as a young person, particularly the 90s nostalgia. I guess that was a formative time for me, but this doesn't suggest I live in some nostalgic vacuum. I also talk to contemporary and younger artists. Although if I really were to step back and think about it, some of them are making music that reminds me of the music I loved in the 90s. So yeah, it's a weird loop in terms of how nostalgia interacts and intersects with our relationship to the present. Why do you suppose that? Does it say something about our dissatisfaction with the present to look to the past so much, or to think warmly of the past so much?
I think it speaks a little bit to it. Yeah. Basically, from what research has been done, the most common trigger of nostalgia is essentially feeling really bad, that like lonely or depressed or something. And so you go back. And I think the negative way to frame this is sort of like that we are escaping our present and that we can't handle it. So we need this kind of comfort. But I think the more positive way to think about it, and the way that we actually do tend to use nostalgia, is that it's really about kind of getting in touch with ourselves. The artists and things that you're talking to, were important to you because they were formative. They, in a lot of ways, helped shape who you are or what you think about things and how you go about being in the world. And so when you start to feel a bit lost, however that manifests itself, naturally, I think you kind of return to the things that help you find yourself and kind of gather yourself up and continue on. So yeah, there's also sometimes we're just nostalgic because we're sitting around and someone calls us and we just think about the good times or whatever. But quite often it really is, I think, about helping us remember who we are or helping us sort of solidify an idea of who we are, which can usually be a pretty elusive thing.
Yeah, like I mentioned tangible artifacts or, people that made things at certain times in my life that I appreciated. But you just referenced, calling friends.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, particularly since I now live much further away from my own parents and my sister than I ever have, is my desire or impulse to phone them nostalgic? Or, what is the difference between being nostalgic for a cultural item and chatting with your family? Because on some level, it's just a catch up. Usually it's just, for me, it's like, how's it going? What's going on? And and then I move on. But is that a nostalgic impulse on my part in some way?
Well, it can be. This is part of what's tricky with nostalgia is it can be tricky to suss out like what is just, I don't know, say thinking about history or exploring history and what is nostalgia. I think true nostalgia is usually about a really deep yearning for something that you can't necessarily get back. So maybe the idea is that of just calling your parents isn't necessarily truly nostalgic, but it's why you're calling your parents or what you're trying to get out of that, right? Sometimes it's just a weekly check-in or something.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's because, you're truly missing something. You're missing, I don't know, the smell of their cooking wafting through the house or,
Right.
that sort of
Comfort.
pat on the shoulder. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And in that case, maybe you are sort of searching for something. And I think what I find often trying to sort of sort out my own nostalgia in my head is thinking about all the things that I didn't realize that I wasn't going to have anymore, which is a big one. There are so many things, losses that we just don't realize until well after they're actually gone, right? Like,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, a friend that we haven't, spoken with in forever, or a dead pet or something like that.
Yeah.
And that to me really is like the focus of nostalgia, I think. It's these things that we didn't realize we were never going to see again. And that, just every so often we just really want them back. And of course, that's impossible.
Right. So you're talking about the romanticization that is inherent in nostalgia in your book. You do that, and now you're getting into sort of remorse, I guess. Like there is a part of nostalgia. I guess I'm wondering if you can talk about, you did a little bit there, but like Facebook, I think when I got on it in 2007, I didn't really know what it was. And then I quickly realized, oh, this is like a nostalgia machine for the people, like the people that were adding me or that I felt compelled to look up were people from my grade schools, high schools, like people I haven't talked to or have had no reason to really probably talk to in 20 years. And then within that, like, are they adding me because they, want to say something to me they didn't say? Like, there's just all these impulses and thoughts in my head when it first started, and I don't think about it as much now. But I guess what I'm wondering is, within nostalgia, do you think there's regret, hindsight? If I knew then what I know now, I would have done things differently. Is that part of nostalgia from your reckoning?
Yeah, like again, that's one of those tricky things to suss out. But I think there is something in that. Although, that would be the part of it that we feel like maybe we can rectify or something in some way. Which like, not to be too much of a bummer, but like we can never really go back home again, right? Like we can never have those moments back or that experience back. It'll always be a bit different. But like I think you're right that maybe part of what makes us want to go back is that desire to fix things, to make them a little better.
Yeah.
Which seems a bit counterintuitive with the fact that we usually give nostalgia this sort of rosy glow, this idea that it's like, a better version of the past that we're returning to, which it can be. but I think that's it too. It's almost this fantasy wish fulfillment of like we could have made the past better somehow.
Yeah, yeah. Like if I think back on those periods or try to read into messages I get from people from my past, I'm like, what's going on? Like, why is this person connecting with me? And I feel like there's probably some unsaid stuff, good or bad. I'm not saying it's like, I wish I had told you this thing, but there's probably some subtext there. Like, I wish I'd said something to you when we were younger. Like, why reach out to someone after 20 years? And I just wonder if there's some, like, that's nostalgic, but I mean, as you point out in your book, like advertisers really exploit our interest in our own past and our and you know, artifacts that remind us of when we were kids. So the broader picture of that is like, what is that saying? Why is this soap ad trying to bring me back to the 80s? Like, why? What is the point of it? Because you're not just reminding me of myself, you're reminding me of the whole experience I had. And, you know, if I think about it in the course of a week, that's going to probably trigger all sorts of thoughts like, oh, yeah, that kid beat me up and I didn't. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird.
Yeah.
So, so like, yeah, I think that's an interesting point you raise about how nostalgia is thought of as this warm, fuzzy thing, you know, but in reality, it's bringing back a whole universe that we probably should be moving past, right?
Well, hopefully. But I mean, I think, again, this to me speaks to the weird way it's intertwined with our history. Like, there's a real danger, I think, in trying to throw away nostalgia, which, like, maybe is right. Like, maybe we should be pretty mindful of you know, looking back. And we should especially be mindful if someone is encouraging us to look back for the purpose of selling us soap. But part of the problem is that because these concepts are so tightly linked, if you try to throw away nostalgia, I think you end up throwing away history. And I mean, we can see the dangers of that all over the place now. And you know, like, it just, I find it really hard myself to find the right balance between this actual yearning, this sort of impossible thing, and just the idea of like, well, I probably need to know like where I came from and, you know, why my province is where it is and why my country and all these things. Yeah, but maybe the only thing I can say for certain is that don't trust anyone who's trying to make you feel nostalgic, because they're trying to get one over on you. They're trying to shut down your brain.
There's a whole chapter in your book about Make America Great Again. You mentioned Alberta politics. That is a weaponization of nostalgia on some level, false nostalgia even, like a time that didn't really even exist. It's just a soundbite. This notion of going back to the past among, and you know, let's get a little political here. The terms are conservative and progressive. Progressive suggests moving forward. Conservative suggests some. Well, it doesn't suggest necessarily anything. Well, does it suggest something temporally? I'm not sure. But it suggests
preservation at the very least.
Right, preservation. Right. Yeah. Status quo or keeping things the way they were. That's going to be my little reading of it for now. But the other term, progressive, suggests no. We need to evolve and move with the times. So political weaponization of nostalgia remains a very rich thing. I mean, our current prime minister's last name is Trudeau. There's lots of arguments as to why that might have happened, but I'm guessing that name for some of us, was nostalgic.
Maybe not in Alberta so much.
Not where we are at the moment. But so there is like this nostalgia just everywhere, and so you do get into this in your book, right? This notion of people kind of is it harsh to call it weaponization of nostalgia? Is that too much?
I don't think so. I'm going to come down on being okay with that one, because it really is. Trudeau's kind of a fascinating case, because in a way he's making us nostalgic for a progressive era, right? Like, just particularly coming after Harper, who I think a lot of Canadians felt like he was fighting against an identity we'd accepted for ourselves.
Yeah.
For Trudeau to step in, he does have that nostalgic feel, but it's also this sort of like, because it's 2015, he was trying to make us feel nostalgic for how we felt, I guess, when the first Trudeau was in power, or in the 90s or something, where Canada was this like feel-good shining beacon, which of course has its own raft of problems.
But didn't the media and world leaders fall in line with that? Like, oh yeah, the Trudeau, remember Trudeau mania? That guy was like the Beatles of politics. And now his son is running. And then beyond, we here at home are, reading about scandals about the guy and mistakes he's made. Whereas around the world, he's like, oh, he jogs. Oh, what a handsome jogger he is. And look at how Melania and Ivanka look at him. Like, I'm just like, what is happening? They've fallen for the Trudeau trap, which again, sorry, I didn't mean to get political, but like that is to me, that's vaguely nostalgic. Like he's just like his dad. He has the charisma of his father. Like that's where I'm reading. That's how I read that situation on some level. Forget the policies. Just look at the man and his name.
I think that's totally fair. And I think like probably the fairest criticism of Trudeau is that he doesn't often rise above that. Just that kind of branding.
Yeah, again, branding. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that whether it's a specifically nostalgic appeal or just that, I mean, I think that speaks to the ways in which when people are trying to sell us nostalgia, they are giving us a very surface level. Like there's a reason why it works so well in branding. And that's part of it is because it just like you get that one fact and then you just shut down your brain. And I think that is what happened particularly for a lot of the rest of the world with Justin Trudeau. It's like, does yoga, that's it. Cool.
Yeah. I want to hop back to a point you were raising about ahistoricism in just a moment, but I'm just going to interject against myself, I guess, to check in with Word on the Street and David Alexander. There's a chat in the background here. David Alexander, if you have any questions from anyone viewing this, please let us know, and I'll get to them in the 8 minutes or so we have left. I just wanted to raise that. Right. So, David Barry, you were talking about ahistoricism, or you alluded to it. How is nostalgia going to work in this period of intangibility, where we stream everything? You're surrounded, like most people are on these calls, by books in the background. And I have you can't see them, but to my left here, my record collection. And I ordered 2 records yesterday, and they're coming in the mail. And I haven't been able to go to the local record stores yet because of the thing that we're all experiencing. I mostly stay home. But anyway, I have records, and also moving here, I have all my stuff. I have all my things that from my parents were also, hey, you're moving? Take everything. Take not just from your 20s onward, take everything from when you were 4. So I have tapes and CDs that I don't even have players for some of these things. So I have this weird experience with being an archivist of some kind. I'm trying to collect things so that if and when I go, or we all go, someone somewhere will be like, oh, these are some documents of what happened at this time, maybe. What are we going to do with this? Where everything, like most people aren't like me, pack rats, moving stuff across the country for crying out loud. They're just like, no, I've got my Netflix and I've got my streaming services and I don't have anything. How's nostalgia going to work? What are you going to be nostalgic for exactly at this point? What do you think?
That is one of the questions that kind of animates the last chapter of the book, which is that, so on the one hand, like, the internet is this gigantic archive of stuff, and technically, like, we've never had more access to stuff, whether it's like, every David Bowie album ever at the click of a button, but even just like our own personal histories, as we were talking about before with Facebook, right? Like, I have access to not only everything I've done in the last 10 years that I've documented there, but like people who I otherwise would have entirely forgotten about, who can remind me about these things. So it seems like there's all this history, but the one that focuses it for me is the fact that, like, what was Facebook like in 2007? Like, how did you interact with it? How do you, it constantly changes and it constantly erases itself. And I mean, like, it really seems to me like, yeah, if we have no way to return to this, no meaningful way, then we'll just forget it. And I think that's kind of one of the things, I think part of the reason why nostalgia seems to stick out like a sore thumb is that it's actually a little rare. Like, most of what has happened to us is entirely forgotten, and we won't even think to miss it, and nostalgia is just the few little things that were important enough that we held on to. And I mean, I think that's just going to be life. We won't even know that we're missing it, essentially, because it just won't be around.
So are these social media platforms and in some cases, these film and music festivals that say, hey, we're bringing a thing back from 20 years ago, or we got this, we paid this band $1 million to reunite so you could see them. Are they evil? Is this all terrible? Like, are they just the fact that they're trapping us in our own versions of the past? Is something wrong with this? That's what I'm trying to figure out here, because I'm of two minds. I think, I buy the album reissues for something I liked 20 years ago if I don't have it, or if there's something special on it. But there is part of me that's like, I listened to this thing forever at the time. Like, I'm not really going to learn anything from it.
Yeah. Do I need to keep? Yeah.
And my daughter the other day, like, I was thinking about this. Like, when I was a kid, I had a best friend in kindergarten, and he moved away. I never saw him again. I don't know where he is. We had the same birthday, for crying out loud. And I know I remember that.
Yeah.
But my daughter, like, we moved from Ontario to Alberta, and she's video conferencing with the people from back home. I mean, obviously we're in a pandemic, and so the kids haven't been able to go make new friends and blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, wow, like, you can and Facebook's the same. You can totally stay connected to people from when you were 5 years old in some ways. We're never going to forget anything. And I just wonder if it's evil, if this is something that, the external forces that control our daily lives are, exploiting this.
They're preserving us in amber to, it's like the Matrix version. It's that, it's like it just, yeah. I would generally say that, like, yes, we should be really, really suspicious of someone who is selling us nostalgia, because, like, again, like, as I've said, it short circuits our brain. It opens us up in a way, and there's very few examples of people who are doing it for any reason other than to, like, get a quicker buck out of us.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, with that said, if you think about something like music, for example, just to try to complicate this idea a bit, it's also kind of weird that we think that, like, a band of people who is 50 years old have no business being artists anymore, Like,
I think that's awful. I think that's an awful impulse. Like, those bands that I'm alluding to that get back together, better than they were when I saw them when they were in their 20s or 30s. Better, absolutely. You're better. You're a wiser person. You're probably a more relaxed person. You know how to socialize better, so all that band tension's gone, because you're like, I'm an adult now. Like, I know that that's a petty thing to worry about. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's always better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I think that's sort of, if we can be suspicious of, them trying to sell us on nostalgia, we should maybe also be suspicious of this impulse that says, like, no, you get 5 good years and then, like, hit the bricks and the next new thing is coming. Like, there's also this, I think, probably stronger impulse among these things to get us to just forget and move on.
Yeah.
Or something like that. And I think there's also a way by which the nostalgia that they are using against us is their way, essentially, of trying to, like, use up the past and get us to move on to the new thing.
Yeah.
And, like, that is something we have to be wary of as well, not to just be like a doom prophet over here.
No, that's the whole nature of this book. Doom prophecies is what it should have been called, not on nostalgia. No, we are pretty much out of time here, but we have a question from David Alexander. Here we go. It's from the chat. I'm not sure who it came from, but here's the question. Which do you find thicker? Nostalgia for intangible things that are unreachable temporally, physically, or things you can still experience but not fully interact with?
Wow. We're starting the deep stuff here.
I'm trying to think of, do you understand that question?
I think so, hopefully. If it is what I think, we're trying to figure out, like, what is it? Is it something that is, like, sort of truly unreachable, or something that is just kind of, it seems like we can hold it, but actually the real experience is totally gone?
Yeah.
I think is how I'm going to read that, and how I'm going to respond to it, because you can't stop me. This is not a live event.
We don't have a lot of time. You just do what you're going to do, and we're all going to have to live with this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I think, to me, I guess the thicker nostalgic experience would be the one that's, like, truly unreachable, because there's no way for us to, recreate any part of it. The things that really sort of take me into a nostalgic revelry are like, being in my grandmother's kitchen or something. There's no, I can, hang around while my mom is making vegetable soup too, and it's nice and comforting, but it's not the same, and it'll never be the same. And so that to me is like, I think that's like the real core to almost like the unexploitable nostalgia that we have, are these like deeply personal, totally gone experiences.
Yeah. It's like I think this echoes one of my last questions about ahistoricism in a way, and that there's just not that many tangible things anymore. Like I get downloads for things because of my work. People are like, hey, here's the album before it comes out, and so I sit with it, but I have no liner notes usually. I don't have unless I ask for liner notes and a lyric sheet, and that's just the way I process the whole project, right? Like, well, what went into the background of this? And it's fascinating. Like then if I don't have them before an interview or conversation, then I feel a bit lost. So I'm still someone who really relishes the physical object. So anyway, it's a good question, and I do want to thank everyone who's been joining us here. Sorry, David. In terms of people learning more about your book on nostalgia and you. Where would you send them? I know it's out on Coach House Books, and people can go to chbooks.com for more info about it. Is there anywhere else you'd like to send them in the cesspool of nefarious nostalgia that is the internet?
Yeah, I mean, you can follow me on Instagram if you want to break from all the Throwback Thursdays. It's at On Nostalgia. I'm also on Twitter, sadly, at Pleasure Motors. I have a personal website, which if you search the David Barry, skip past the really handsome Australian guy, and then hit me. Yeah, but of course, and you can find it at all your wonderful local bookstores, including, I feel I should show this off because this just speaks so well. My shirt says this book launch is canceled.
Right.
And it's courtesy local bookshop, Glass Bookshop here in Edmonton.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that place. Yeah. I haven't yet visited it. I think we just ordered some books from it. Are they doing the curbside delivery? I think they might be.
They are, yeah. They drop things off in a nice paper bag. So.
Yeah, my wife just ordered some stuff. So we got, that was like just this past week. So there you go. All right. Well, it's really a pleasure to speak with you, David. I want to thank you for your time, and also Word on the Street. And I wish you the best luck with everything going forward.
Thanks, you too. And thank you very much, Word on the Street.
Well, thanks, guys. It's been a great discussion, and I have one of these too. So looking forward to diving into it after this weekend.
The only one without one.
Here in Toronto, the book is available at Another Story Bookshop or on our digital marketplace, for which I have a button. You can order it directly through Coach House Books. So thanks, guys. And I'm going to move us on to our next chat now. All right, so to moderate our next panel, please welcome Jessica Moore. Hi, Jessica. And we don't have Martin, so I'm gonna introduce you and then give you some space to introduce Andre, if that works for you.
Great.
Okay, so Jessica Moore is an author and a Booker-nominated literary translator. Her most recent book, A Poetic Inquiry, entitled The Whole Singing Ocean, is appearing with Nightwood in October 2020. Welcome.
Thanks. So I am here and will be joined shortly by hopefully Martin Michaud and definitely Andre A. Michaud. Two darlings of Francophone mystery who are presenting their most recent books in English translation. What Makes a Mystery Tick? And now please welcome Andre A. Michaud, who is one of the most beloved. Hi. One of the most beloved and celebrated writers in the French language. She is, among numerous accolades, a two-time winner of the Governor General's Literary Award and has won the Arthur Ellis Award for Excellence in Canadian Crime Writing, the Prix Ringuet, and France's Prix SNCF du Polar. She lives in the province of Quebec. Hi, Andre, and I think maybe I should hold off on introducing Martin if we don't have him here yet. I was not sure whether there was any relation between you and Martin Michaud with your same last name, but there's no relation.
No, there's not. There's not. We're two writers is the only connection between us two.
Okay. So maybe I'll ask you to read for about 3 minutes from your most recent book in translation. So in translation, it's called Backroads, and in French, the translation of Route Secondaire, and the translator is J.C. Sutcliffe. So I'll hand it over to you to read from the book.
Okay, so I picked up a few paragraphs in the first pages of the novel to give you the tone and the atmosphere of this book, and I hope you will excuse my accent.
Always.
I must be called Heather. She must be called Heather. I've been repeating these sentences over and over for months without managing to figure out what they mean. Little by little, they've lost their clarity and become an obsession. I must be called Heather. She must be called Heather. By the end of the 15th afternoon, knowing that I would never again see Heather fleeing in the dusky light, I decided it was time to wrestle with the destiny of a woman who, simply by the fact of her existence, had encroached on my own. I went back home, double-locked my study door, and then, sitting in front of a brand new notebook, placed Heather's car across the road. After hesitating for a few seconds, I closed my eyes in order to conjure up Heather's panic-stricken smile, the image of the doe, my pen gliding over the bright white paper. Then the Buick appeared, and I pressed down on the gas pedal. It was completely dark when Heather Thorne emerged from the limbo she's been thrown into by the impact. In front of her, the clock glowing on the dashboard shows quarter after midnight, but she doesn't understand what those numbers mean any more than she understands the blood smearing the windshield. Temporarily, Heather Thorne has lost her memory. She is, temporarily, a purely mechanical object. It's bizarre. Suddenly, it seems as though I have memories that belong to Heather, of a little blue dress, a dog called Jackson, a white winter morning, intermingling with my own. I called to the dog running in the crazy snow, Jackson, Jackson, my love, and looked past the curtains of my blue bedroom to the landscape. And then I hear a yapping coming from Heather's forgotten childhood, followed by a cry of terror that throws me face down on the ground. The yell from La Languette, Heather Thorne's last cry. Voilà.
Thank you. So this book has been described as genre-defying and ethereal. I know it's a mystery, and the central character named Heather Thorne encounters someone who she believes to be her double. That's right?
Yes. And I am one of the characters, and Heather is my double. I met her in the gravel road, and the first time I saw her, I knew she was my double. So I wanted to write about her. She became one of my characters, and for about 300 pages, we were together.
Huh. And so I have a question about what it feels like to be reading the book in the English words. You probably know, or maybe you don't know, but that the Copyright Act and copyright law recognizes the translator as the legal author of the new text. But as the original, yeah. And so, as the original language author, how does it feel? Do you feel like the author when you read the words in English?
Yes, I'm always the author. I didn't know this legislation. I'm sorry for my English, really sorry. No, for me, it's always my book. Okay, Juliet Sutcliffe did a brilliant work of translation, but she took my words, and it's always my world. It's always my universe.
Right. Yeah, your universe, and then transposed into these other words. And is there a sense at all of strangeness when you yourself are reading them out loud in a second language, or does it feel the same to you as the texture of your first writing in French?
It's not really the same, of course, but I recognize the atmosphere. I recognize my style, and the translate. There's slight poetry in back rows, smooth poetry, and I think the translation. I'll read at my notes. I took some notes this morning because my English is so bad. So there's a kind of smooth poetry in back roads that is easy, in my opinion, to translate in English without losing the essence of the text, its rhythm, its music, and when I read, I recognize this music. The rhythm is different, but the atmosphere is the same.
Okay, it's a sign of a good translator.
Yes.
And do you have? Can you describe your relationship with Juliet Sutcliffe?
We never met, but she wrote to me a few times to ask me questions about the novel. So we write a few times, and I wanted to read the translation before the publishing. So we have a very good relation, and she's now working on another novel, one of my other novels, and yeah, it's work we do together. She does the great part, but I'm there to answer her questions.
Mm-hmm. And how do the questions strike you? Do you find them? Are you surprised sometimes by what questions she asks?
Sometimes yes, because sometimes I think there is a misunderstanding, or sometimes when I'm more ironic, or when I try to make jokes, she not always understand.
Okay. And I know you've also worked with another translator on Boundary the last summer.
Yes.
Translated by Donald Winkler.
Donald Winkler.
Did you have a personal relationship with him?
Yes, we write each other a lot of times, and I had the opportunity to meet him, and it was great. And Donald had a stake, a defeat, because in a challenge, yes, because in Boundary, one of my main characters is an American, and in the novel you have sentences in English, and And when you have to translate English in English,
Yeah.
it doesn't work. So he did a great work with that. But unfortunately, we lose this aspect of the novel because
Right.
we came from two languages to one language.
Yeah, so you don't see the contrast when it's in English translation, right?
Yes.
Huh.
So there is this sentence, this expression I like very much, lost in translation, which is, by the way, always reminds me the Sofia Coppola's film.
Yeah.
But I think this sentence can be opposed to another expression, gain or win in translation, because you always lose something, but you, on the other hand, the new language sometimes added to the text colors that you didn't find in the original language.
Yeah. And for example, in this book, in Backroads, how do you find the tone of the book and even the themes of the book? Do you see things that English has been able to render even better than French, or things that were more difficult, or just, yeah, how does it stand out to you?
I don't have examples, but sometimes when I read some paragraphs in English, I thought to me, wow, it's beautiful. And I didn't have the same reaction in French. So,
I'm wondering, because you live in Quebec, yes?
yes, I live in Saint-Sébastien,
Okay.
a village nearby the US frontier.
Okay, near the border.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, because I know from having lived in Montreal that especially the province of Quebec requires that we translate ourselves quite frequently. And I'm wondering if you have an earliest memory of translating or being translated that stands out to you from living where you live.
Oh, I really don't know, because in my village nobody speaks English, and and I'm not sure. In fact, I understand your question.
I guess maybe it's more in somewhere like Montreal where we constantly are needing to sort of present ourselves in both the languages and find ways to translate. But so you're saying it's not as prominent where you are to need to do that.
No, the first time I had to present myself in English was when one of my other novels were translated by Coach House. I then went to Toronto to speak about the book. It's I'm looking for the name of the translators. It's The River of Dead Trees, translated by Natalie Stephens. And then I went to Toronto. And I have to speak about my novel, but it was catastrophic. And it's again today, I think.
Was Natalie with you when you were presenting it?
No, unfortunately, she was not there.
Okay. So you've actually had the experience of working with 3 different Anglophone translators. Huh?
Yes. And it was a very gratifying experience with the 3 of them.
Okay. And now you feel, it's JC Sutcliffe who will be translating the next one, that you said?
Yes, and the next one in French, the title is in English, so maybe it will be the same title in English, Mirror Lake.
Okay.
So she's working on it right now.
And do you have a sense of having found your translator in her?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to say.
It's nice to
Maybe,
have had
maybe.
3 positive experiences anyway.
hmm Because I have 3 positive experiences. So,
Mhm.
but I like to work with GC.
Nice. Now, I know as a translator myself that the kind of attention that the translator brings to a book is very acute, very close.
Mhm.
It's like the closest reading an author might ever get. And I'm curious
Mhm.
whether there have been times when a translator has either caught something in a narrative or caught a repetition, or where there have been times when they've been able to improve even your
Mhm.
narrative when they bring it into English.
I'd say that when we have to cut, most of the time it's me. I ask myself, please cut this few lines because it's not in English. It doesn't work.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. And in Backroads, with the character already has an English sounding name. Heather Thorne already sounds Anglophone. Is it explicitly said where the novel is set?
Yes, it's set in my village and in the roads surrounding my village.
Okay. And
So
did you have in mind already that the book might appear in English one day when you chose this English sounding main character name?
no, I didn't know. We always wish to be translated, but no, I didn't know. I like English names. I don't know. I'm not able to explain why, but I like their sonority.
Okay. Yeah.
Is this word exist in English?
It does. Yeah.
Um, so, and the name came to me spontaneously. So I said, okay, it's Heather. And I have to say, it's a book about writing. It's a book about the relation between a novelist and her characters, and it's also a quest because the writer, me, is looking for something. She wants to know where characters came from and where do they go, but she's not able to solve this question.
Huh. And you said that when you began by describing yourself meeting Heather on the back roads, it almost sounded like you were saying in real life you had been on the back roads on a gravel road and met a woman named Heather. Is that so, or were you speaking from within the book when you said that?
I The idea of the novel came to me when I was walking on gravel road.
Okay.
Of course, Heather was not there, but in my imagination, I saw her. She was there, and then it's where all started. I came back to my house. I double locked the key of my study, and I started to write. And Heather came to life.
Huh. Why did you double lock?
Oh, it's because in one of the paragraphs I read a few minutes ago, I said that there's no door. There's no door in this study.
Okay. Huh. And is this the first time you've written yourself into one of your books?
Yes, it was the first time. And it was a day-to-day experience. Every day I was putting Heather in the context of my life. So I'm speaking about me and about Heather and about Heather in my life. I hope it's clear.
I haven't read to the end, so I don't know what happens, and we shouldn't give it away, but it
No.
feels like there's a certain amount of danger in the presence of the double. Can you say a little bit more about that?
Oh, it's a big question.
Yes.
Yes, there always the danger to identify yourself to the character and to become little by little the character. It's like when you're in front of a mirror and you're not sure if it's you in the mirror or not. And it's the same thing with Heather. I look at her and I'm not sure. Is she me? Am I Heather? It's sometimes confusing. Yes.
It's like translation on another level almost.
Yes.
What did I want to ask you? You're getting much more floor space than you would have if we had been joined by Martin. So I'm asking you to talk more than more than you would have. But I guess I'm curious whether, you said we always wish to be translated, and I know the market is bigger in the Anglophone book world, but I guess I'm curious about that, the tension between the pride of language, of the Quebecois language, and then delivering it into this more dominant and sometimes quite hated language. I'm just wondering how it feels to see them go out from your foyer into the world like that.
Oh, it's great. For me, there's no problem at all with English. It's a way to have more readers, to join a larger public, and the more translations I have, the more I'll be happy. If you take Boundary is now translated in 10 languages.
Okay.
So the problem here is I can check on the English translation, but I can't do that in Turkish or in German or in Spanish. So it's a little frustrating.
So you do always a close reading of the English translation before it's published?
Yes, because there's always some subtleties that you have to explain to the translator. Sometimes it's not quite clear for, and sometimes I notice some errors in French.
Right.
The translator helped me to notice, oh, there's a mistake here that I didn't saw, but the translator is there to see that. Thanks to them.
Right. You get this extra step of editing and that close reading that I was.
Exact.
Is there anything else that you want to say about Backroads in particular, to give readers a taste of what they, or even if you'd like to read another passage from it, to give readers more of a taste of this ethereal world they enter when they read this book?
Oh, I don't know. I'd like to say that it's a quest, but it's also kind of a black novel, because we know that Heather in her past lived traumatic experiences, and in the book those experiences will revive. And at the end you have a pursuit at the end of the book. A chase. You have a chase at the end of the book, where the traumatic events from the past of Heather are coming back, and in French we say la boucle est bouclée. The circle is complete, if you want. I don't know. Maybe I can read another one or two pages, but with no. I'll read it. Yeah, okay. An animal, a hare, fox, or porcupine, is sneaking around in the undergrowth behind me when a Buick appears at the top of the hill. Its chrome gleaming in the twilight. As the vehicle approaches, the animal flees. A few leaves rustle, and a bird takes to the air. When the Buick's driver notices me, she raises her hand in greeting, returns my smile, and brushes an impudent lock of hair away from her face. Then her smile freezes, her eyes widen in disbelief, and the lock falls back down onto her forehead as the car skids onto the gravel, where the Piractia Isabella are moving forward. A cloud of dust surrounds me as the Buick crashes into the glowing forest in a squeal of blue metal. When I leave the fort line, I know who I am. My name is Everton. So the accident that occurs at the beginning of the book occurs again at the end of the book.
So we really do come full circle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Andre, for speaking to me today about mysteries in translation.
But thanks to you and thanks to WOTS to have invited me. And sorry again for my accent.
Please never apologize.
Not at all. Thanks so much, Jessica and Andre. Our viewers can find Andre A. Michaud's Backroads through Another Story Bookshop or in our digital marketplace at wordonthestreet.shop. Thanks again. And I'm just going to pass a quick message to our next panel who may be waiting to get started. I've sent a different StreamYard link for you to visit for your chat. I think we sent you to the wrong place in error, so my apologies. I'll just pop that in one more time in our private chat here. So we are concluding the part 1 of our Books and Discovery stream, but viewers can join us in just 7 minutes. We'll be starting part 2 of Books and Discovery with our panel, The Truth About Pandemics. Nora Loretto will be in conversation with Doctors Brody Raymond, Ross Penny, and David Waltner-Taves. Later on today, we'll have featured discussions with women's Olympic hockey champion Sammy Jo Small, novelist Shayna Lambert, and Muhammad Abdul Karim Ali. You can find more of this great Books and Discoveries content on our YouTube channel. The Word on the Street is funded in part by the Government of Canada, the Government of Ontario, and the City of Toronto. We acknowledge the support of the Canada Council for the Arts, the Ontario Arts Council, the Toronto Arts Council, and Ontario Creates. Ce projet est financé en partie par le gouvernement du Canada, le gouvernement de l'Ontario, et la ville de Toronto. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you again soon.